Good evening. I am here tonight to introduce you to a rather peculiar audio drama called Fallout Atlanta, a story about the end of the world and what comes after. Charming subject matter, wouldn't you say? Before we begin, I must tell you something about the production. The voices you are about to hear were created by artificial intelligence. Remarkable technology, really. Machines that can mimic human speech with disturbing accuracy. One wonders if they might also learn to mimic human conscience. Though given humanity's track record, perhaps that is not such a wise ambition. The story itself, however, was written and directed by a human being. A person with imagination, creativity, and what I can only describe as a deeply morbid sense of fun. There is some comfort in knowing that our capacity for storytelling has not yet been surrendered to the machines, though after hearing this tale, you may wish it had been. This story is inspired by the Fallout video games, a series set in a post-nuclear wasteland where humanity clings to survival among the radioactive ruins of its own ambition. If you have never played these games, I highly recommend them. They are quite excellent, full of dark humor, moral ambiguity, and the sort of existential dread that makes one appreciate indoor plumbing. Our story follows a narrator who has lived underground for his entire life, safe, secure, completely unprepared for what awaits on the surface. You will hear his journey told through various broadcasts, news reports, radio shows, government addresses, the sort of media one might encounter when civilization is collapsing, which, if you read the papers these days, should feel quite familiar. I should mention, this is not a cheerful story. There are mutants, radiation, moral compromises, the slow realization that the worst monsters are often quite human, rather like a dinner party with one's in-laws, except the in-laws have been exposed to nuclear fallout and developed a taste for human flesh. Most unpleasant, so settle in. Perhaps pour yourself a drink. You may need it. And remember, when the bombs fell in this story, they did not end the world. They simply revealed what it had always been. And now, without further delay, I give you Fallout Atlanta. Enjoy the show.
Worried about the future? Concerned about what tomorrow might bring? Well, worry no more, because Vault-Tec has the answer. Our state-of-the-art underground vault facilities offer complete protection from nuclear fallout, civil unrest, and all the uncertainties of our modern age. Each Vault-Tec vault is equipped with everything your family needs to survive and thrive: air filtration systems, water purification, hydroponics bays, medical facilities, and comfortable living quarters. Plus, our vaults are built to last, with fusion-powered systems designed to operate for thousands of years. Don't wait until it's too late. Enter the Vault-Tec lottery today. For just a small registration fee, your family could win a guaranteed spot in one of our luxurious underground facilities. Space is limited, so act now. Vault-Tec, revolutionizing safety for an uncertain future. A brighter tomorrow, underground. Visit your local Vault-Tec office or call 555-VAULT-11 today. Remember, when the world goes to hell, Vault-Tec keeps you safe.
I've spent my entire life underground. Born in Vault 815. Raised under recycled air and fluorescent lights that never changed. 200 years after the bombs fell, and I'd never seen the sky. Not until they threw me out. But before I tell you my story, I need you to understand something. The world that burned, the one that came before the Wasteland, it wasn't your world. It was stranger than that. Brighter, more dangerous. Somewhere after the Second World War, America's timeline diverged from yours. The 1950s never ended. That optimism, that atomic age cheerfulness, that belief that nuclear power could solve everything, it didn't fade. It intensified. By 2077, they had fusion-powered cars, robot servants in every home, laser weapons and power armor for the military. But their computers were still the size of rooms, running on vacuum tubes and punch cards. They'd achieved the future the 50s dreamed of, without ever leaving the 50s behind. Everything was atomic. Nuka-Cola, Chrysalis Motors, Robco appliances. Corporate mascots smiled from every billboard while the world tore itself apart over oil and uranium. Vault-Tec promised safety underground, but there were never enough spaces for everyone. Just a lottery. Just hope. The war with China had been dragging on for 11 years by then. Started over Alaskan oil fields. Escalated when America annexed Canada for resources. By October of 2077, both sides had deployed everything. Power armor, energy weapons, biological experiments. Everyone knew it couldn't last. Nobody thought it would end the way it did. The broadcast kept promising normalcy. Duck and cover drills were routine. Civil defense announcements played between advertisements for atomic automobiles. People went to work, watched television, argued about rationing and curfews and whether the war would be over by Christmas. I've collected what's left of it. Holotapes, radio archives, fragments preserved in our vault's database. Pieces of the day before everything ended, and the day it all burned. What you're about to hear is October 22nd, 2077. The last normal day. The last time anyone could pretend the world wasn't ending. Listen.
Good morning, Atlanta, October 22nd, 2077. And you're listening to your number one source for news and information, brought to you by Nuka-Cola. Zap that thirst. I'm Dusty Sullivan, and let's get started with your morning news. What a gorgeous morning we have out there. Temperature is a crisp 62 degrees, skies are clear, and if you're heading out, you might want to grab a light jacket for the commute. Before we get to the headlines, we've got to talk about traffic on Interstate 285. Folks, if you just bought one of those new Chrysalis Corvega models, you're not alone. Our Eye on the Sky reporter is telling us the northbound lanes are absolutely packed with shiny new atomic automobiles, 0 to 60 in 8.5 seconds, fusion powered, and that gorgeous rocket fin design. Can't blame people for wanting to get behind the wheel. Just give yourself an extra 20 minutes this morning if you're taking 285 north. Now, let's get to our top story. Vault-Tec Corporation held a ribbon-cutting ceremony yesterday in Marietta for the construction of their latest underground shelter facility. Mayor Henderson was on hand, along with Vault-Tec Regional Director Elizabeth Carver. Director Carver gave quite a speech, talking about Vault-Tec's commitment to ensuring a brighter tomorrow underground. The company says this new vault will provide safety and security for up to 1,000 Atlanta area residents in the unlikely event of a national emergency. And with the ongoing resource situation overseas, I think a lot of folks are sleeping a little easier knowing these shelters are being built. Vault-Tec's lottery system has been getting record applications, according to company representatives. If you haven't entered yet, you can pick up an application at any Vault-Tec information center. Better safe than sorry, as they say. In other news, Atlanta's own Robco Industries announced yesterday that their new line of Mr. Handy household robots are now available at participating retailers throughout the metro area. These helpful little assistants can cook, clean, and even tend to your garden, all powered by a compact nuclear battery that'll last for decades. I saw one of those demonstrations at the Galleria last week. Watching that robot make a 3-course meal while simultaneously vacuuming the carpet, it's something else. They're not cheap, though. Starting price is around $8,000, but imagine never having to scrub your floors again. That's the promise of atomic age innovation right there. Speaking of innovation, let's talk sports. The Atlanta Braves pulled off an incredible comeback last night against the Dodgers in the NLCS Game 7, winning 7-5 in the bottom of the ninth. Johnny Martinez hit a walk-off home run that had the crowd on their feet at the stadium. What a game that was. The Braves will now be taking on the Yankees in this year's World Series. Now, we do have to touch on some international news this morning. Defense Secretary Morrison gave a press conference yesterday addressing questions about the ongoing conflict in Alaska. He assured reporters that American forces have successfully pushed back Chinese military units and that the Anchorage front line remains secure. The Secretary emphasized that our boys and girls in uniform, equipped with the latest power armor technology, are more than capable of defending American soil and American interests. He called the situation, quote, well in hand, end quote. Good to hear. We'll continue monitoring that situation and bring you updates as they develop. In the meantime, let's check in with the weather. Temperatures today will climb to a comfortable 74 degrees this afternoon. Tonight, expect lows around 58 with clear skies continuing through tomorrow morning. Perfect weather if you're planning any outdoor activities this evening. And speaking of tomorrow, we've got a special guest joining us in studio. Dr. Helen Forrester from the Centers for Disease Control will be here to talk about the CDC's new public health initiative focusing on radiation preparedness. That's tomorrow morning at 7:30, right here. Before we go to commercial, quick reminder that Abraxo Cleaner is running a special promotion this week. Buy two, get one free at participating grocers throughout the Atlanta metro area. Abraxo, when you need that extra clean. We'll be right back after these messages with more news, traffic updates, and your requests from our Atomic Age Hit Parade. You're listening to Atlanta Morning News, where every day is a great day in the greatest country on earth. This is Dusty Sullivan. Stay tuned.
That was the official story. The version everyone was supposed to hear. Clean, cheerful, safe, but not everyone was buying it.
All right. If you're hearing this, you found the frequency. Good. That means you're looking. That means you haven't bought the lies they're selling on every channel, every station, every government-approved broadcast in this country. This is Rusty Pete, and I'm transmitting from somewhere they can't find me, somewhere they can't shut me down. And before you flip the dial, before you write me off as another crank with a microphone and too much time, I want you to do something. I want you to think about the last 6 months. Really think about it. The food shortages they blamed on bad harvest. The fuel lines they said were temporary. The mandatory water rationing in 17 major cities. The blackouts. The reassurances. You notice how it's always temporary? Always just one more month. One more emergency measure. One more sacrifice for the good of the nation. And meanwhile, while you're standing in line for your ration stamps, while you're sitting in the dark because the grid mysteriously can't handle demand anymore, Vault-Tec is building underground cities, not shelters, cities. I've got the construction contracts right here. Public record. If you know where to look, if you can still access the files before they get scrubbed, Vault 87, planned capacity 1,000 residents, requested materials include genetic testing equipment, medical quarantine chambers, and here's the fun part, 75,000 gallons of unspecified biological materials for a shelter, right? Because that's normal. Or how about this one? 3 days ago, October 19th, the government signed off on emergency water quality testing for Atlanta, Birmingham, Nashville, Charlotte. Standard procedure. They said, just making sure everything's safe. But the testing measures, you want to know what they're actually testing for? Radiation absorption capacity, not contamination, capacity. How much radiation can the water supply handle before it becomes unusable? Why would you test for that unless you knew something was coming? And don't even get me started on Alaska. Everyone's celebrating because our boys pushed the Chinese back from Anchorage, right? Power Armor saved the day. American technology prevails. Wave the flag. But look at the troop movements. Actually, look at them. We're not holding Anchorage. We're fortifying for retreat. Every military analysis report I've seen, and yes, I have sources. Don't ask me how. Every single one shows defensive positioning, not offensive deployment. Defense, that's not winning. That's preparing to lose. Now, here's where it gets really ugly. And I need you to stay with me on this because I know how it sounds. There is a government inside the government. I'm not talking about Congress. I'm not talking about the cabinet. I'm talking about a group of people, corporate executives, defense contractors, military brass, political insiders who've been running this country from behind the curtain for decades. They call themselves the Enclave. You've never heard of them. That's the point. They don't hold press conferences. They don't run for office. They don't appear on any organizational chart you'll ever see. But I've been tracking their fingerprints for years, and they are everywhere. Vault-Tec, Enclave contracts, Robco, Enclave funding, Poseidon Energy, that oil rig they've been expanding off the California coast for the last 10 years. That's not a drilling platform, people. That's a fortress. That's a self-sustaining offshore facility designed to house the people who think they're going to survive whatever's coming while the rest of us burn. And the president? When's the last time you actually saw him? Not a recording, not a pre-taped address, not some press secretary reading a statement on his behalf. When is the last time the president of the United States appeared in public, live, in front of cameras, and took a single unscripted question? I'll save you the trouble. You can't remember because it hasn't happened in months. He's with them. He's already been moved. The Enclave has had continuity of government plans in place since before you or I were born. And those plans are active right now. The man you think is running this country is sitting in a bunker somewhere or on that oil rig surrounded by people who've already decided who lives and who dies. And you're not on the list. October 14th, 11 senior executives from Nuka-Cola Corporation all took personal leave on the same day. Same day. Not a coincidence. Where'd they go? Company retreats, they said. Extended vacations, except their families went with them. Their families packed up, left their homes, and disappeared to secure corporate facilities and locations that aren't publicly disclosed. Robco's board of directors, quietly liquidating stock since August, private transfers to offshore accounts. I've tracked 17 major transactions in the last 45 days. Billions of dollars moved out of American markets by the people who make the robots and computers that run this country. The Department of Defense requisitioned 300,000 body bags from medical suppliers last month, updating stockpiles. They said, except we haven't updated those stockpiles in 15 years, and suddenly, right now, October 2077, we need 300,000 body bags. For what? What are they planning for? Now I'm going to tell you something that's going to make everything else I've said tonight sound reasonable by comparison. And I know the second I say this, half of you are going to turn the dial. But the ones who stay, you're the ones who might actually survive what's coming. We are not alone. And I don't mean the Chinese. In 1961, the USSA launched the Clarabella 7 space capsule with Colonel Hartigan aboard. Official story, equipment malfunction, capsule lost, pilot presumed dead, except the telemetry data, which I have obtained from a source inside the United States Space Administration, shows the capsule didn't malfunction. It was taken, pulled off course by something that wasn't ours, wasn't Chinese, and sure as hell wasn't a weather balloon. The government knows about them. They've known since at least 2062, when the existence of extraterrestrial visitors was internally confirmed. Not publicly, never publicly, but inside the classified world, it's accepted fact. They call them Zetans, after the star system they're believed to originate from. Small, green-skinned, big heads, and technology that makes our fusion reactors look like campfires. You want to know where the Enclave got their advanced weapons research? You want to know why their technology is always 20 years ahead of anything the regular military gets? Because they've been reverse engineering alien technology in classified facilities for over a decade. Plasma weapons, energy systems, things that shouldn't exist based on what we publicly know about science. And you think a defense contractor just invented that in a lab? Come on. I've spoken to people, real people, who worked at facilities where recovered Zetan specimens were being studied. They describe bodies, technology, craft wreckage, all of it locked away in government black sites while the Enclave feeds us propaganda about American ingenuity and the march of progress. People have disappeared for talking about this. Researchers, scientists, a senator who asked too many questions about a classified line item in the defense budget. Gone, just gone. And the abductions haven't stopped. During the Battle of Anchorage, entire units vanished from the front lines. Not killed, not captured by the Chinese, vanished, bathed in blue light, and pulled into the sky. The military classified it, told the families their sons died in combat, gave them folded flags and empty coffins, but the soldiers aren't dead. They're up there, wherever there is. So let me paint you the full picture. We've got a shadow government, the Enclave, running the country from behind closed doors. We've got a president who's already been evacuated to a secure location. We've got the biggest corporations in America quietly moving their people underground. We've got the military preparing for retreat instead of victory. We've got alien technology being hoarded by the elite while the rest of us get scraps and rationing. And we've got something in the sky that's been watching us, taking us, studying us like lab animals for decades. And here's my favorite part. Vault-Tec's lottery. You've seen the ads, right? Enter for your chance at safety, security for you and your family, a brighter tomorrow underground. Sounds great, except the math doesn't work. They've built maybe a few hundred vaults across the entire country. Call it 1,000 people per vault. That's a few 100,000 spots. The population of the United States is 260 million people. 100,000 spots for 260 million people. Even if you count the Canadian annexation populations, even if you count military bunkers, Enclave facilities, that Poseidon oil rig, you're looking at maybe 500,000 people who might survive if something goes wrong. 500,000 out of hundreds of millions. So who gets in? You think it's a lottery? You think your application sitting in some Vault-Tec office has the same chance as an Enclave insider's family, a Poseidon Energy executive, a defense contractor's kid? They're not building shelters for everyone. They're building arks for themselves. And the rest of us, we're expendable. We're the experiment. We always were. I know how this sounds. Shadow governments, aliens, secret bunkers. I know you're thinking, this guy's paranoid. He's seeing patterns that aren't there, connecting dots that don't connect. I used to think the same thing about people like me. Used to laugh at the doomsayers, the survivalists, the ones who said trust nothing and prepare for everything. But then I started looking, really looking, not at what they're saying, but at what they're doing, and what they're doing is preparing for the end of the world. The Enclave, Vault Tech, Poseidon Energy, Robco, Nuka-Cola, every major power player in this country is quietly, carefully getting themselves somewhere safe while telling you to keep calm and carry on. So here's what I'm doing. Here's why I'm risking everything to broadcast this. I'm building my own shelter, not a Vault Tech facility, not an Enclave bunker, not some government hole in the ground. Mine. I've got supplies for years. Water purification, food storage, medical equipment, cryogenic systems I built from salvaged military surplus. I've got blast doors that'll hold against anything short of a direct hit. I've got radiation shielding. I've got a plan. Because I don't trust them. I don't trust Vault Tech. I don't trust the Enclave. I don't trust a president who's already abandoned his own country. And I sure as hell don't trust whatever's flying around up there, taking our people. I don't know when it's coming. Could be months, could be weeks, but it's coming. You can feel it if you're paying attention. The tension, the fear underneath all that cheerful Nuka-Cola advertising and patriotic slogans. Everyone knows, they just won't admit it. So save yourself, stock up, prepare, find a place that's defensible. Don't wait for the lottery. Don't wait for the government. Don't wait for Vault Tech or the Enclave or anyone else to save you, because they won't. They were never going to. This is Rusty Pete. Stay awake, stay alert, stay alive. And if you see lights in the sky that don't belong there, don't stand there staring. Run.
He sounded crazy. Everyone who told the truth sounded crazy. The executives did evacuate. The water was being tested for radiation capacity. The vaults weren't for everyone. He was right about all of it. And it didn't matter. Because the next day, October 23rd, 2077, the world ended anyway. Nobody was ready. Not even the ones who saw it coming.
Folks, are you feeling a little sluggish? A little worn down by the daily grind? Well, perk up with an ice-cold Nuka-Cola. That's right, Nuka-Cola, the refreshing beverage that's been America's favorite since 1935. With our patented blend of 17 fruit flavors and just a hint of radioactive isotopes for that extra kick, Nuka-Cola delivers the energy you need to tackle any job. Whether you're building a brighter tomorrow at the factory, raising a wholesome American family, or defending freedom on the Anchorage front line, Nuka-Cola keeps you going strong. And now, introducing Nuka-Cola Quantum. Our newest formula glows with twice the calories, twice the carbohydrates, and twice the caffeine. You'll see the difference, because Quantum actually glows blue. So remember, when you need refreshment, when you need energy, when you need that atomic boost, reach for Nuka-Cola. Nuka-Cola. Zap that thirst. Available at fine retailers everywhere. Drink Nuka-Cola.
All right, we're back, and I'm not going to pretend this is a normal show tonight, because nothing about today has been normal. I've got Dr. Cloud Strife with me, nuclear physicist, former consultant to the Department of Defense. Dr. Strife, thanks for coming on such short notice.
Good evening. I must confess, I would rather not be here at all. But then, I suspect none of us will be anywhere much longer. So one location seems as appropriate as another.
That's a hell of an opening. For people who are just tuning in, Dr. Strife worked on strategic nuclear planning for 12 years. He knows what he's talking about. So let me just ask you directly, how bad is this?
Imagine, if you will, two men standing in a room filled with gasoline. Each man holds a lit match. Each man assures the other that he would never, under any circumstances, drop his match, and yet both men's hands are trembling. That is where we find ourselves this evening. The United States and China have been standing in this room for quite some time. The Sino-American War, the battle for Anchorage, the resource conflicts, these have all been tremors of the hand. And now, I'm afraid, someone's grip is failing.
You're talking about nuclear war, not as a possibility, but as an inevitability.
Let me tell you what happens when nuclear war begins. It is not, as many imagine, a slow escalation. There are no lengthy diplomatic exchanges, no final opportunities for reason to prevail. When the first missile launches, detection systems on both sides register it within seconds. Those systems are automated. They do not wait for human confirmation. They cannot afford to. From detection to counter-launch, we are talking about minutes, perhaps 6 minutes, perhaps 8. In that time, military commanders must decide whether the detection is real or an error. They must decide whether to launch their own weapons before the incoming missiles destroy the launch sites. They must make a choice that will kill hundreds of millions of people, and they must make it faster than it takes to brew a pot of coffee.
Jesus. And you think we're at that point right now?
The Chinese invasion of Alaska was repelled 3 months ago. American forces, equipped with T-51B power armor, pushed their forces back to the coast. A tremendous victory, we were told. And yet, what happens to a cornered animal? What happens when a nation with nothing left to lose faces total defeat? China's economy has collapsed. Their resources are exhausted. Their conventional military has been beaten back, but they still possess, as we do, thousands of nuclear warheads. And those warheads, I assure you, do not care about power armor or superior technology. They care only about arriving at their targets.
But there's still MAD, right? Mutually assured destruction. Nobody wins a nuclear war, so nobody starts one.
Ah, yes, mutually assured destruction, the theory that held the world together for over a century. It is predicated, you understand, on rational actors making rational decisions. But when a nation is dying, when its people are starving, when defeat is absolute, rationality becomes, shall we say, negotiable. There is a phrase in military planning, use them or lose them. If your nuclear arsenal is about to be destroyed by a conventional invasion, if your command structure is collapsing, if you are facing the end regardless, then the calculation changes. You do not launch to win. You launch to ensure your enemy does not survive your defeat.
That's insane.
Yes, but insanity, I'm afraid, has been baked into this system since its inception. We built weapons capable of ending civilization, then spent decades assuring ourselves we would never use them. And now, circumstances have conspired to make their use. If not likely, then certainly possible.
What about the vaults? Vault-Tec has been building shelters. They've been running these lottery systems. Doesn't that mean someone thinks this is survivable?
The vaults. Yes. Let me tell you something interesting about the vaults. I consulted on early designs many years ago before I understood their true purpose. They are marvels of engineering, fusion-powered, self-sustaining, capable of supporting human life for centuries. And there are nowhere near enough of them. Even if every vault operates at capacity, the current population of the United States exceeds 260 million. You do the arithmetic.
So what are we supposed to do? What do you tell people when this might happen tomorrow?
That is the truly horrifying question, is it not? If you have access to a vault, by all means, use it. If you do not, then I suggest you spend tonight with the people you love. Tell them what they mean to you. Make your peace with whatever you believe comes after. Because if I am right, and I pray that I am not, but if I am right, then tomorrow morning, or perhaps even tonight, someone will drop their match. And when they do, everything burns.
Dr. Strife, I don't even know what to say to that. I hope you're wrong. I really, really hope you're wrong.
As do I. Good evening, Mr. McGee, and good evening to everyone listening. I hope very much to speak with you all again.
Yeah, me too. Stay safe out there, everyone. Please.
Attention homemakers of America. Are you tired of spending your precious time on household chores when you could be enjoying the finer things in life? Well, General Atomics International has the solution you've been waiting for. Introducing Mr. Handy, the robotic butler that brings the future into your home today. With 3 fully articulated arms, advanced artificial intelligence, and that charming British personality programming, Mr. Handy can cook, clean, garden, and even help the children with their homework. It's like having your very own gentleman's gentleman. And here's the best part. Mr. Handy is powered by a nuclear fusion cell that will keep him running for over 200 years without needing a recharge. That's right, 200 years of faithful service. Your grandchildren's grandchildren will still be enjoying Mr. Handy's help. See Mr. Handy in action at your local General Atomics dealer, or visit the Galleria Shopping Plaza for daily demonstrations, starting at just $7,999. Mr. Handy is an investment in your family's future. General Atomics, bringing you a brighter future through atomic power.
"24 hours. That's all the time left between normal and nothing. October 23rd, 2077. The day started like any other. People woke up, made coffee, got ready for work. The news was still playing, the ads were still running. Everything looked the same, but the cracks were showing. If you knew where to look, if you were willing to see, the world was already breaking. These are recordings from that morning, the last broadcast before everything changed. Listen to how hard they're trying to pretend nothing's wrong. Listen to how badly they're failing.
Good morning, Atlanta. It's Wednesday, October 23rd, and, well, it's shaping up to be an interesting day. I'm Dusty Sullivan, and we need to talk about what's happening out there this morning. Before we get into the news, I need to address what a lot of our listeners are experiencing this morning. Traffic it's heavier than usual, significantly heavier. That's putting it mildly, actually. Our traffic helicopter is reporting gridlock on every major highway leading out of the city. Interstate 75 southbound, Interstate 85 in both directions, Interstate 20 westbound, all at a complete standstill. And this is at 6:30 in the morning. We don't usually see this kind of volume until, well, rush hour at the earliest. The Georgia Department of Transportation is asking drivers to remain patient and, if possible, consider delaying non-essential travel. Now, we're also hearing reports of fuel shortages at red rocket stations throughout the metro area. Lines have been forming since early this morning, and some locations are reporting they're already running low on supplies. The company released a statement about an hour ago saying they're working to increase delivery schedules and that there's no need for concern. They're asking customers to only purchase what they need for immediate use. In other news this morning, Vault-Tec Corporation has announced that enrollment for their shelter program has reached what they're calling unprecedented levels. A company spokesperson told us that they've received more applications in the last 48 hours than in the previous 6 months combined. That's quite a jump. The spokesperson emphasized that the lottery system remains fair and that all applications will be processed according to established criteria. They're also reminding people that the vaults are designed for long-term safety and that there's no immediate cause for alarm. No immediate cause. Right. Now, we do need to talk about the situation overseas. The Pentagon held a press conference late last night, which many of you may have missed. Defense officials provided an update on military operations in the Pacific Theater and in Alaska. General Patterson stated that American forces continue to maintain defensive positions along the Anchorage front line. He described the situation as fluid but manageable. The general also announced that additional reserve units are being activated and that National Guard deployments are being expanded. When asked about reports of increased Chinese naval activity along the West Coast, the general declined to comment on specific intelligence matters, but did say that all branches of the military are at a heightened state of readiness. Heightened readiness. The phrase they keep using is heightened readiness. We have Dr. Marcus Whitfield joining us this morning. He's a former defense analyst and currently teaches at Georgia Tech. Dr. Whitfield, thank you for being with us on such short notice.
Thank you for having me. I wish the circumstances were different.
Dr. Whitfield, can you help our listeners understand what heightened readiness actually means in practical terms?
Well, in the simplest sense, it means our military is preparing for the possibility of expanded conflict. When reserve units are activated, when National Guard deployments increase, when we see naval assets repositioning, these are defensive preparations. The military is ensuring that resources are in place to respond quickly if the situation escalates.
Should civilians be taking any specific precautions right now?
I want to be very careful with my words here. The government has issued civil preparedness guidelines, and I would encourage everyone to review those. Having emergency supplies, knowing the location of designated shelters in your area, these are prudent steps regardless of the current situation.
But you're not saying people should panic.
No, no, panic helps no one. But awareness, preparation, these are different from panic. I think it's important that people understand the difference.
Dr. Whitfield, thank you for your time this morning.
Of course.
We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more on the traffic situation and updates on the fuel shortage. You're listening to Atlanta Morning News. Stay with us.
The news tried to stay calm, professional, measured. But some people weren't interested in staying calm anymore. They'd seen enough to know where this was heading, and they wanted people to listen.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I'm Caps McGee, and we're going to do things a little differently today. No jokes, no bits, no entertainment, because what I'm about to tell you isn't entertaining, it's terrifying, and it's real. I've spent the last 72 hours talking to people, sources I've cultivated over years of doing this show, contacts in places I probably shouldn't have contacts, people who know things they're not supposed to know. And what they're telling me, all of them, independently, is the same thing. We're out of time. Let me walk you through this, because I need you to understand that this isn't speculation, this isn't theory. This is what's happening right now, while we're talking. First, troop movements. 3 days ago, October 20th, the Department of Defense quietly began repositioning military units across the continental United States, not deploying them overseas, not sending them to Alaska, bringing them home, moving them to domestic installations near major population centers. Why would you do that unless you were expecting something to happen here? On American soil? Second, corporate evacuations. I mentioned this on a previous show, but it's accelerated. Nuka-Cola's entire executive board, gone. Robco's senior leadership, gone. Vault-Tech's regional directors, all of them, reassigned to secure facilities as of yesterday. Their families went with them. Their homes are empty. Their offices are being run by mid-level managers who have no idea what's actually going on. These aren't vacations. These are evacuations. The people who run the corporations that run this country have left the building. Third, diplomatic silence. When was the last time you heard anything from the Chinese government? Anything official? Any statement? Any negotiation? any communication at all. It's been 11 days. Radio silence from Beijing. Radio silence from Moscow. The entire international diplomatic apparatus has just stopped talking. That's not normal. Even during war, even during the worst conflicts, governments communicate, back channels, intermediaries, something. But right now, nothing. Fourth, and this one bothers me more than anything else, my contacts have gone quiet. People who've talked to me for years, people who've leaked information, people who've helped me connect dots, they're not responding. Some of them told me explicitly, before they stopped answering, that they couldn't talk anymore, that it wasn't safe, that they'd been warned. One of them, someone I trust, someone who's never lied to me, sent me a message 2 nights ago. 3 words, "Get out now." That's it. No explanation, no context, just get out now. So here's what I think is happening. And I want to be wrong. I desperately want to be wrong about this. But I think the war we've been fighting in Alaska, the war we've been told is under control, is about to become a war everywhere. I think the nuclear stockpiles that both sides have been building for decades, the weapons that everyone promised would never actually be used, I think someone's about to use them. And I think the people in power, the ones who would know, have already decided that the rest of us are expendable. Vault-Tec's lottery system is a lie. There are only a few hundred of vaults. Even if every single one operates at full capacity, you're looking at maybe a few 100,000 people who get inside, out of hundreds of millions. And you think those spots are being decided by random lottery? You think your application sitting in a pile somewhere has the same chance as a senator's family? The vaults aren't for you. They're for them. The people who built this mess, the people who profited from the wars, the people who saw this coming and made sure they'd be safe. That's who gets in. The rest of us, we're on our own. So here's what I'm going to tell you. And I'm saying this as someone who's spent his entire career making jokes, making light of serious things, entertaining people. I'm not joking now. If you have access to a vault, any vault, through the lottery or family or work or whatever, go. Don't wait for official instructions. Don't wait for an announcement. Go now. If you don't have vault access, if you're like most people and you've been praying your application gets picked, stop praying and start preparing. Get out of the cities. Find somewhere remote, somewhere with water, somewhere defensible. Stock up on food, medicine, anything you'll need to survive for, I don't know, years. Tell the people you love that you love them. Call your family, hug your kids. Make sure the people who matter to you know they matter. Because if I'm right, and God, I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm right, you might not get another chance. This might be the last show I do. I don't know. I'm going to keep broadcasting as long as I can. But things are moving fast now. Faster than I've ever seen. Stay safe. Stay together. And if you've been listening to me because you thought I was entertaining, because you thought this was all fun conspiracy stuff, I'm telling you right now, this isn't entertainment anymore. This is survival. I'm Caps McGee, and I'll see you on the other side. If there is one.
He tried to reach people. Through entertainment, through humor, through facts. He laid it all out. Everything he knew, everything he'd learned. I wonder if anyone who heard him made different choices. If anyone got out. If anyone believed him in time. I wonder if it would have mattered. Because even the people who saw it coming, even the ones who prepared, most of them didn't survive what came next. But he did. Somehow. In ways he probably wishes he hadn't. I'd meet him later. 200 years later. Still broadcasting. Still trying to warn people. Still alive.
Ladies, does your kitchen shine like new? Are your bathrooms sparkling clean? If not, it's time to discover the atomic power of Abraxo Cleaner, the revolutionary cleaning product that's changed the way America cleans. Abraxo's patented formula combines traditional cleaning agents with a touch of atomic science to cut through grease, grime, and stubborn stains like never before. Just a small amount on a damp cloth, and watch as Abraxo makes your surfaces gleam. It works on countertops, floors, appliances, even your Corvega's chrome bumpers. And Abraxo is safe for the whole family. Our gentle formula won't harm your hands, and it leaves behind a fresh, clean scent that says quality. Plus, each container is sealed with our atomic freshness guarantee, ensuring maximum cleaning power every time. Available at grocery stores and markets nationwide, Abraxo Cleaner is the smart choice for the modern homemaker. So remember, when you want clean, when you want fresh, when you want the atomic advantage, reach for Abraxo. Abraxo Cleaner, for a brighter, cleaner America.
Brothers and sisters, good evening. I know many of you came here tonight because you're afraid. I see it in your faces. I hear it in the prayers you've been whispering. You're wondering if tomorrow will come. You're wondering if your children are safe. You're wondering where God is in all of this. I want to start with words from Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. The valley of the shadow of death. David wrote those words thousands of years ago, and tonight they feel closer than ever. We're in that valley now. We can feel the shadows gathering. And I'm not going to stand here and pretend otherwise. I'm not going to tell you everything's fine when we can all see it isn't. But here's what I will tell you. Even in the valley, even in the deepest shadow, you are not alone. God is with you right now, right here, in this moment of fear and uncertainty. He has not abandoned you. Some of you are asking why this is happening. Why would God allow this? And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't have that answer. What I do know is what Jesus told us in the Gospel of John. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart. I have overcome the world. He didn't promise us we'd never walk through valleys. He promised He'd walk through them with us. And that's what He's doing tonight. With every single person in this room, with every person listening at home, with everyone who's scared and doesn't know what tomorrow will bring. I see you holding each other's hands. I see families sitting together. I see neighbors who came here alone finding comfort in this community. That's not an accident. That's grace. That's God working through human hearts, reminding us we don't face this darkness alone. So here's what I'm asking you to do tonight. When you leave here, go home to your families. Hold them, tell them you love them, pray together. And if you don't make it to a vault, if you don't get to safety, if tomorrow brings what we all fear it might bring, know that God's love doesn't end when the world does. 1 Corinthians 13 tells us that three things remain: faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these is love, not nuclear weapons, not power, not nations or empires. Love. Let me pray with you. Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight in fear and trembling. We don't know what tomorrow holds, but we know you hold tomorrow. We ask for your peace that surpasses all understanding. We ask for your presence in the darkness. We ask that you would guard our hearts and minds. And if this is the last prayer we pray together, we thank you for the gift of this community, this love, this moment. In Jesus' name, amen. Go in peace, my friends. And may God's love go with you wherever this night leads. Amen.
Gentlemen, are you ready to experience the pinnacle of American automotive engineering? Then step into the future with the all-new 2077 Chrysalis Corvega, the atomic-powered automobile that's redefining what it means to drive in style. Picture this: gleaming chrome rocket fins, genuine vinyl interior, and a fusion engine that delivers an astounding 120 horsepower, 0 to 60 in just 8.2 seconds. And with our revolutionary Fusion Core technology, you'll drive over 100,000 miles before needing your first refuel. That's right, 100,000 miles. But the Corvega isn't just about power, it's about prestige. When you pull up to the country club in your Corvega, heads turn. When you cruise down Main Street with the family, neighbors take notice. The Corvega says you're a man who believes in American ingenuity, American power, and the American dream. Visit your local Chrysalis dealer today for a test drive that'll change your life. The Corvega, starting at just $11,999. Financing available for qualified buyers. Chrysalis Motors, building tomorrow's vehicles. Today, drive the future. Drive Corvega.
October 23rd, 2077. The date every holotape in the Vault archive marks as the end. The day the world burned. I've listened to these recordings more times than I can count. Trying to understand it. Trying to imagine what it was like. Trying to comprehend how everyone, just ended. I can't. No one who wasn't there can. But I can hear it. I can hear the moment hope died. The moment people realized that every warning, every preparation, every prayer, it was all too little, too late. This is what the end of the world sounded like. 9:13 a.m., Eastern Standard Time. The last broadcast.
Strategic Air Command, this is Major Thornhill, confirming tracking data. Compact CL Felty identified multiple submersible contacts at 0003 Eastern Standard Time off the California coast, designating targets as hostile Chinese submarines. Current count, 7 confirmed, 3 probable.
Thornhill, Devlin at NORAD. We have new contacts. 0337 hours. Squadron of high-altitude bombers sighted off the Bering Strait. Trajectory confirms Chinese origin. They're not turning back.
Copy that. Integrated Operational Nuclear Detection System shows holding pattern. No launch signatures yet. But the positioning is, it's textbook pre-strike deployment. All assets in place.
Major, I'm seeing movement on the subs. Thermal blooms. They're opening launch tubes. This is it. This is actually happening.
Stand by. 0913 hours. Ion DS detecting multiple launch signatures. Counting 4, no. Correction, 6 confirmed ICBM launches. Impact trajectory, West Coast primary targets. Recommendation, move to DEFCON 2 immediately.
DEFCON 2 confirmed. Authorization granted. All strategic forces to highest alert status. Flight time to impact is 28 minutes for the first wave.
Devlin, are we getting confirmation from satellite tracking? I need verification before we wake up the president.
Satellite confirms. 0917 hours. NORAD verification complete. Multiple inbound ICBMs. Chinese launch sites confirmed. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
Jesus Christ. 200 years of deterrence and they actually alert the enclave. Get the president to the bunker. Prep scenario MX-CN91 for immediate authorization.
Scenario MX-CN91 is locked in. Awaiting presidential authorization for retaliatory strike. Major, when we turn the key, that's it. There's no coming back from this.
I know. I've got the board lit up like a Christmas tree. Bombers holding off Alaska, submarines along both coasts, ICBMs in flight. They deployed everything. Every single asset.
Tracking shows additional launches. They're targeting military installations now. Missile fields in the Midwest. NORAD itself is on the target list. Impact time, 19 minutes.
Then we won't be here to see the response. Hold on. Presidential authorization coming through now. 0926 hours. Retaliatory strike authorized. Executing scenario MXC Norte 91.
Launch codes confirmed. Our birds are away. West Coast silos reporting successful launch. Submarines launching from the Atlantic. We just fired everything we have at them.
So did they. Mutually assured destruction. 200 years of planning for this exact scenario, and here we are. The whole world burning because nobody would blink first.
Impact alert. Pennsylvania and New York showing detonations at 0942. Confirmed nuclear strikes. Civilian casualties in the millions. The eastern seaboard is...
I'm losing satellite feeds. EMP is knocking out communications across the grid. Most of our tracking stations just went dark. We're about to lose contact with everything.
Washington is primary target. Impact in 4 minutes. Major, it's been an honor serving with...
We're getting reports from the West Coast, and we're trying to verify, but hold on. I'm being told multiple sources are reporting. This can't be right. Reports of nuclear detonations, multiple cities on the West Coast. We're trying to get confirmation from official sources, but I'm being handed, hold on, we've lost contact with our Los Angeles affiliate, San Francisco as well. Communications they're saying the eye on the sky vertibird went down, no contact with the pilot. Oh God, okay. We're receiving advisories now from the emergency alert system. Should we? Yes, we need to read this. Attention all listeners in the Atlanta metropolitan area. This is an emergency advisory. The United States government is reporting confirmed nuclear strikes on multiple American cities. All residents are advised to seek immediate shelter. If you have access to a designated vault facility, proceed there immediately. If not, seek the nearest fallout shelter or basement location. There are reports coming in from across the country now, not just the West Coast, Detroit, Chicago, Washington. This is everywhere. Do we have confirmation on Atlanta? Is this city? I don't know. We don't have, communications are breaking down. We can't reach anyone at the Pentagon. Listeners, if you're hearing this, you need to take shelter now. Not in 5 minutes, not after you finish what you're doing. Now, get underground, get to a vault if you can, get to a basement if you can't. Take your families, take whatever you can carry, and go. They're telling me to evacuate the studio. The station manager is saying we need to leave. No, we're staying. We're staying on air as long as we can. People need information. They need to know what's happening. I know this building isn't safe, but someone has to stay, and reports of missiles in the air over the Atlantic headed toward the East Coast. Impact estimated in, they're saying, minutes. We have minutes. To anyone listening, to everyone out there, this might be the last broadcast you hear. Get to safety, protect your families, God help us all. Everyone else is evacuating. The crew is leaving. Go. Get out of here. All of you. I'll stay. I'll keep broadcasting. Go. Now, please. This is Dusty Sullivan, Atlanta Morning News. To everyone listening, wherever you are, whatever's coming, I hope you find shelter. I hope you find safety. I hope we survive this. I hope
This is the emergency alert system. This is not a test. The United States is under nuclear attack. Seek immediate shelter. Vault-Tec facilities are accepting emergency admissions. Proceed to the nearest designated location. This message will repeat. This is the emergency alert system. This is not a test. Vault 762, Marietta. Vault 815, Douglasville. Vault 934, Decatur. Seek immediate shelter. This is not a test. This message will repeat. This is not a test.
The world ended. Everyone who heard those broadcasts, everyone who was listening, they're gone now. Dust, ash, shadows burned into concrete. 200 years. That's how long ago the bombs fell. 200 years since anyone saw the world the way it used to be. I never knew that world. I was born underground, in Vault 815, the vault outside Douglasville that the emergency alert system kept repeating, the one that promised safety. My fifth great-grandparents made it inside, barely. They passed down stories about the door closing, about the sound of the blast, about the screaming from the people who didn't make it. I grew up under fluorescent lights that never changed. Recycled air, recycled water, recycled lives. The same walls, the same people, the same Vault-Tec propaganda telling us how lucky we were to be alive. My name is Frank Caldwell. I was a maintenance technician in Vault 815. I fixed pipes, repaired filtration systems, kept the machinery running that kept everyone alive. And then they threw me out. Exiled me to the surface, to the wasteland, to die. Because I asked questions, because I discovered things I wasn't supposed to know. Because I threatened the order that kept the vault running. They sent me into a world I'd never seen. A world that killed me slowly with radiation and hunger and things that used to be human. They expected me to die out here. But I didn't. I survived. I learned. I fought. I found allies in impossible places. And I discovered that the wasteland, this broken, poisoned, impossible world, it's more alive than the vault ever was. This is my story. How I lost everything. How I found purpose. And how I'm going back to Vault 815 to save the people who are still dying inside. Because the world didn't end with the bombs. It just changed. And if people like me can survive out here, if we can build something new from the ashes, then maybe there's still hope. Maybe the story isn't over yet. I'm going to tell you about my home. Not the wasteland, not the ruins, not the place I learned to survive. Before all that, there was Vault 815, 200 years underground. That's how long we'd been down there when my story begins. 10 generations born in recycled air, raised under flickering lights, taught that the surface was death and the vault was life. And we believed it. Why wouldn't we? The hum of the air recyclers was the first sound I remember. Constant, low, like breathing. You didn't notice it unless it changed, and it never changed. The lights flickered sometimes, especially in the lower residential sections, but that was normal. Everything was 200 years old. Everything needed maintenance. That was my job. Maintenance technician. Third shift. Water and electrical systems. I knew every pipe, every junction box, every access panel in section C through F. I could navigate the maintenance tunnels in the dark, and I did, plenty of times when the lights failed.
Good morning, Vault 815. It's 6 a.m. and time to start another productive day in your home, away from the dangers of the surface world. Remember, a busy vault dweller is a happy vault dweller. Today's cafeteria special is reconstituted meatloaf with laboratory-grown vegetables. Don't forget to report any unusual sounds, smells, or thoughts to your section supervisor. Vault-Tec, building a brighter future, underground.
That was every morning. Same voice, same cheerful tone, same reminder that we were safe down here. The posters backed it up. Vault Boy everywhere with his stupid thumbs up. Vault-Tec has your back. Trust in the overseer. Together, we thrive. I finished my shift at 6. Grabbed breakfast in the cafeteria, same as always. Scrambled eggs from powder. Something that was supposed to be bacon. Coffee that tasted like the recycler filters needed changing. But it was hot, and it was ours, and that mattered. Roger Thornhill was already at our usual table. He worked the early maintenance shift, so our schedules overlapped for meals. We'd been friends since, I don't know, since we were kids in the education sector. Roger was the kind of guy who made jokes when things broke, which in a 200-year-old vault meant he was always making jokes.
Frank, my man, you gotta try this bacon. I think it's actually plastic this time.
I sat down across from him. He was grinning, same as always, but his eyes looked tired. Third shift did that to you. They've been using the same protein formula for 50 years. It was gonna kill us. It would have done it by now.
That's what I love about you, Frank. Always looking on the bright side.
We ate in comfortable silence for a while. Around us, the cafeteria filled up with the day shift. People I'd known my whole life. Lisa Fremont from Hydroponics, talking with her crew about the tomato yields. Mark Rutland from Security, doing his rounds, nodding to people. Familiar faces, familiar routines. My cousin worked in administration. I saw them across the cafeteria, talking to someone from the overseer's office. Looking important. We weren't close. Not really. They'd made it into the protected jobs, the ones with the better quarters and the extra rations. I fixed pipes. But there was Marion Crane. She worked in medical, first shift, and she was someone I'd been trying to work up the courage to talk to for months. Smart, focused, had this way of tilting her head when she was thinking that made my brain stop working. She smiled at me once, 3 weeks ago, and I was still thinking about it.
You're staring again.
I'm not staring.
You're definitely staring. You know, you could actually, I don't know, talk to her?
I talked to her.
The water pressure's fine doesn't count as conversation, Frank.
Before I could defend myself, the PA crackled to life again.
Attention, Vault 815. Recreation hour begins at 1900 hours in the community center. Tonight's approved activity, volleyball. Remember, physical fitness is mental fitness. Also, Section D residents, please note that water rationing continues until the filtration system repairs are complete. Thank you for your patience and cooperation.
Roger snorted.
Section D's been on water rationing for 2 months. You'd think they just fixed the damn filters.
They did fix them. Twice. The seals keep failing. We need replacement parts we don't have.
Yeah. Well, add it to the list, right?
That was the thing about vault life. Everything was breaking. Slowly. Just a little bit faster than we could fix it. But it had been that way for years. Decades even. And we were still here. Still alive. Still safe. I headed back to my quarters after breakfast, past the posters and the cheerful announcements, past the families heading to their assigned jobs. Everyone had a place. Everyone had a purpose. The vault took care of us, and we took care of the vault. My quarters were small. Everyone's were. A bed, a locker, a desk with a terminal that only connected to the vault network. The walls were the same institutional gray-blue as everywhere else, decorated with a Vault-Tec poster showing a smiling family eating dinner together. Strong families, strong vaults. I tried to sleep, but third shift sleep was never easy. You could hear everything through the walls. Footsteps in the corridor, voices, the distant clang of someone working on pipes 3 sections over. Eventually I gave up and pulled out my Pip-Boy, scrolling through the vault directory, reading reports I'd read 100 times before. That evening, I met Roger for dinner. Same cafeteria, same table, same routine, except Roger wasn't there. I waited 15 minutes, 20. Roger was never late. He complained about the food, but he was always on time for it. I asked the woman at the next table, Sarah from accounting, if she'd seen him. She shook her head, barely looking up from her tray. Well, I checked the terminal in the corridor, pulled up the duty roster, found Roger's name, status transferred, section maintenance annex, E. Annex E. I frowned. I didn't know we had a maintenance annex E. I knew every maintenance section in this vault. I went to my supervisor the next morning. A guy named John Ferguson. Been running our section for 20 years. He was in his office, going over repair schedules. When I knocked.
Caldwell, what can I do for you?
Roger Thornhill. The roster says he was transferred to maintenance annex E. I didn't know we had an annex E.
It's a special project. They needed someone with his skills.
What kind of special project?
Above my clearance and above yours. Don't worry about it, Caldwell. Transfers happen. You know that.
He wasn't quite meeting my eyes. That should have told me something. But I wanted to believe him. I wanted everything to be normal. When's he coming back?
I don't have that information. Now, if you don't mind, I've got 3 sections with failing pressure regulators and not enough people to fix them. Get back to work.
I went back to work. Fixed a leak in section C. Replaced a burnt-out relay in the east corridor. Did all the normal things. But my brain kept circling back to it. Annex E. I'd been working maintenance for 12 years. I knew this vault like I knew my own quarters. There was no Annex E. That night, lying in my bunk, staring at the Vault Boy poster on my wall, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Roger had been there that morning, making jokes about plastic bacon, and now he was just gone. Transferred to a place that didn't exist, for a project no one would talk about. The PA system wished everyone a restful sleep cycle. Vault Boy gave his thumbs up from the poster. Everything was fine, everything was normal. I told myself that. I almost believed it. Almost. Six weeks. That's how long it took for the pattern to become undeniable. Roger was gone. Then Sarah from accounting disappeared. Then an older man from hydroponics, someone's grandfather, who'd been having health problems. Then a family, parents and a kid, all three of them, transferred together. Same explanation every time. Special projects, maintenance needs, medical evaluation. Don't worry about it, everything's fine. But it wasn't fine. I could feel it in the vault. The way you feel a pressure change before a pipe bursts. People talked less. They looked at each other differently, wondering who'd be next. And the PA announcements, they got more frequent.
Good evening, Vault 815. Remember, community cohesion is vital to our survival. If you see something unusual, say something. Report any concerns to your section supervisor or use the anonymous tip terminal in the community center. Together, we keep our home safe. Trust your overseer. Trust Vault-Tec. Trust each other.
That was new. The say something part. Like they were worried people were talking, comparing notes, asking questions they shouldn't. I was asking questions. I couldn't help it. I tried the supervisor first. John Ferguson had always been straight with me. Or at least I thought he had. I caught him coming off shift, cornered him near the water filtration room where we could talk without half the vault hearing us. John, I need to ask you something. And I need a real answer this time.
Caldwell, I don't have time for...
3 more people from my section. Gone. Transferred. Where are they going? What's Maintenance Annex E?
I told you, special project. Above my clearance.
You've been section supervisor for 20 years. What's above your clearance? He looked at me for a long moment, and I saw something in his face I'd never seen before. Fear.
Drop it, Frank. I'm serious. Just do your job. Keep your head down. Don't ask questions. You're a good worker. Don't make yourself a problem.
A problem for who?
For you.
He walked away before I could push further. Left me standing there in the corridor, the filtration system humming behind me, trying to process what just happened. My supervisor, 20 years in management, just warned me to stop asking questions. Not because he didn't know the answers, because he was scared. I needed more information. I needed to know what was happening to the transferred people, where they were really going. The vault directory would have records, but my access level wouldn't get me past basic personnel files. I needed someone in administration. I thought about my cousin. We weren't close, but we were family. And family was supposed to mean something down here. I found them in the admin wing, carrying a data pad, looking busy and important. Hey, can I talk to you for a minute?
Frank, I'm actually in the middle of something. Can it wait?
It's about the transfers. The people who've been disappearing. His face changed. Went carefully blank, like a door closing.
Disappearing? No one's disappearing, Frank. People get reassigned. It happens.
Roger Thornhill, Sarah Martinez, the Devlin family. Where did they get reassigned to?
I don't have access to that information. And even if I did, personnel transfers are confidential. You know that.
We're family. You can't just...
Which is exactly why you need to stop. Frank, listen to me. You're making people nervous, asking questions, bothering supervisors. Just do your job. Be grateful you have one. Please.
He walked away, didn't look back, and I realized something that made my stomach drop. He knew something was wrong, and he was too scared to talk about it. Or worse, he didn't care, as long as he stayed safe. I tried a different approach. There was someone in personnel records, Alicia Huberman, who I'd helped once when the terminal in her office kept crashing. She owed me a favor. Maybe? I found her during lunch break, alone in the records room, surrounded by filing cabinets that predated the war. Paper backups, because Vault-Tec didn't trust the computers not to fail. Alicia. Hey, you got a minute?
Frank, right? From maintenance. You fixed my terminal that one time.
Yeah, listen, I need to ask you about some personnel transfers. The people have been moved to special projects. She froze, put down the file she was holding very carefully.
I can't help you with that.
I just need to know where they went. That's all, just where in the vault they were transferred to.
Frank, I really can't help you. I'm sorry.
But her eyes flicked to one of the filing cabinets, just for a second. But I caught it. Section 7, drawer 3.
You should go. Please. I have work to do.
I left. But I'd seen what I needed to see. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Roger, about the fear in John's face, about my cousin walking away, about Alicia's eyes flicking to that cabinet. Something was happening in this vault, something bad, and everyone who knew about it was terrified. The next day, Marion Crane stopped by the maintenance office. She'd never done that before, not without a work order. My brain immediately went stupid.
Frank Caldwell, right?
Yeah. Hi. Is something broken in medical?
No, I wanted to talk to you about Roger Thornhill.
My heart jumped. You knew Roger?
Not well, but I saw him before he was transferred. He came to medical routine checkup. Nothing wrong with him. Then 2 days later, transferred. And I thought that was strange.
Did he say anything? When you saw him?
He seemed fine, normal, healthy. There was no medical reason for any kind of transfer.
She looked around, making sure we were alone.
Frank, people are talking about you, about the questions you're asking. I don't know what's going on, but maybe you should be careful. That's all. Just be careful.
She left before I could respond. And I sat there, in the maintenance office, surrounded by broken equipment and spare parts, thinking about what she'd said. People were talking about me, which meant people were watching me, which meant I was running out of time to find answers before what? Before I got transferred too. That night, I made a decision. It was stupid, reckless, the kind of thing that gets you in trouble. But I'd been good my whole life, followed the rules, trusted the system. And my best friend was gone, and no one would tell me where. I waited until 0300 hours. Dead of night, minimal staffing, most people asleep. I knew the patrol routes, knew where the cameras were, knew which corridors had blind spots. 12 years of maintenance work taught you the vault's secrets, whether you wanted to know them or not. The records room lock was basic. I had master access for maintenance, could override it with my Pip-Boy if I logged it as a repair call, which I did, because the lock had been sticking anyway, and that wasn't even a lie. The filing cabinet was exactly where I remembered. Section 7, drawer 3, personnel transfers, recent assignments. I found Roger's file. Sarah's, the Devlins, all of them marked the same way. Transfer, Sector F, subsection 19, medical evaluation, extended assignment. Sector F, subsection 19. I pulled out my Pip-Boy, called up the vault schematic. Sector F was in the deep levels, past the residential areas, past the main facilities. According to the map, subsection 19 should be storage, maybe old equipment rooms. But there was something wrong with the schematic. A gap. The map showed subsection 18, then jumped to subsection 20. 19 wasn't there. Not listed, not labeled, just empty space on the map. I went deeper into the files. Found a maintenance request, dated 3 weeks ago. Sector F-19, life support adjustment. Reduce oxygen flow to minimum sustainable levels. Reduce temperature to 15 degrees Celsius. Discontinue food delivery. My hands started shaking. At the minimum sustainable levels. 15 degrees, no food. That wasn't a transfer. That was...
Attention. Vault 815. Security sweep in progress. All personnel in restricted areas should report to their supervisors immediately. This is a routine check. There is no cause for alarm. Thank you for your cooperation.
I shoved the file back into the cabinet, closed closed the drawer, got out of there as fast as I could without running. My heart was hammering. My Pip-Boy's radiation detector was clicking, except there was no radiation. Just my pulse pounding in my ears like a Geiger counter gone haywire. I made it back to my quarters. Lay in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, watching the shadows from the flickering lights. Minimum sustainable levels. 15 degrees, no food. They weren't transferring people. They were killing them. Slowly, quietly, in a sealed section no one could access. And everyone who knew was too scared to stop it. I thought about Roger making jokes about plastic bacon. Sarah from accounting who'd smiled at me in the cafeteria. The Devlin's kid, who couldn't have been more than 8 years old. All of them down there. Freezing, starving, dying. And I was supposed to just, what? Go back to work? Fix pipes? Pretend I didn't know? The Vault Boy poster on my wall gave me his thumbs up. Together, we thrive. I didn't sleep that night. For the next, I couldn't stop thinking about that file, about those numbers, about what they meant. I had to do something. But what? Tell people? Who would believe me? Who wasn't already part of it? Or too scared to care? I didn't have answers. I just knew I couldn't do nothing. Not anymore. It took me 4 days to plan it. 4 days of pretending everything was normal. Fixing pipes, filing reports, smiling at people in the corridors while my brain screamed. I knew the vault's maintenance tunnels better than anyone. 12 years crawling through service corridors, bypassing security checkpoints to reach broken equipment, learning every access panel and every blind spot. I'd used that knowledge to keep the vault running. Now I was going to use it to find out what was killing us. The route was simple, in theory. Maintenance tunnel from Section C, through the water recycling sublevel, past the old storage areas, down to Sector F, the deep levels, where most people never went, where the original vault construction left sealed chambers and forgotten spaces, places that didn't make it onto the official schematics, where subsection 19 should be. I went during third shift, when I was supposed to be working anyway. Logged a maintenance call for the deep level pressure monitors, which was true enough. They'd been giving bad readings for months. No one questioned it. No one ever questioned maintenance calls. The service tunnel was cramped, barely wide enough for me to move through with my toolkit. The air was stale down here, recycled so many times it tasted like metal. My Pip-Boy's light cut through the darkness, illuminating pipes older than anyone alive in the vault, junction boxes with Vault-Tec logos so faded you could barely read them. I'd been down here before, but never this deep, never past the main recycling systems. The tunnels got narrower, older, covered in dust that hadn't been disturbed in decades. My footprints were the only marks in it. The pressure monitors were where they should be, mounted on the wall beside a sealed door. I checked them first, did the actual job I'd logged, replaced a sensor, recalibrated the readings. If anyone checked the logs, it would show I'd done my work. Then I looked at the door. It was old Vault-Tec construction, heavy steel with a wheel lock and a keypad. The keypad was dead, no power, but the wheel lock was mechanical. I pulled out my toolkit, found the access panel on the side. The lock mechanism was simple. Vault-Tec used the same design throughout the facility. Maintenance override on every door in case of emergency. I'd used it 100 times to reach broken equipment. Just a matter of bypassing the electronic lock, engaging the manual release. The wheel turned. Metal grinding against metal, protesting after 200 years of disuse. But it moved. The door opened into darkness. I stepped through. Pip-Boy light sweeping across the chamber. It was an office, or it had been. Before the war, Overseer's administrative annex, according to the faded sign on the wall. Desks covered in dust, terminals dark and dead, filing cabinets lining the walls. And in the center of the room, a mainframe terminal still glowing faintly blue. Someone had been here recently. The dust around the terminal was disturbed. Footprints leading to and from the door I'd just come through. This was active. This was being used. I sat down at the terminal, pulled up the login screen. It wanted credentials I didn't have, overseer-level access. But Vault-Tec terminals all had the same back door for maintenance, the same emergency override in case the system needed repair. I entered the code. The screen flickered, and I was in. Files, overseer, administrative files only. Vault 815. I started reading. The terminal displayed the first file.
Vault 815, Technical Assessment, Year 197, Primary System Status. Water purification, critical degradation, filtration membranes operating at 47% efficiency. Estimated complete failure, 18 to 24 months. Air recycling, severe component wear. CO2 scrubbers losing effectiveness. Estimated complete failure, 24 to 36 months. Power generation, fusion reactors stable, but ancillary systems failing. Backup power insufficient for full vault operations. Structural integrity, multiple pressure seal failures. Sections C, D, and F showing stress fractures. Conclusion, Vault 815 primary life support systems will fail within 2 years. No repair possible with available resources. Vault-Tec replacement parts no longer exist.
I stared at the screen. 2 years. They'd known for. I scrolled up. 6 years. They'd known for 6 years that the vault was dying, and they'd said nothing. I kept reading.
Population sustainability analysis. Current population, 1,047 residents. Sustainable population with failing systems, 220 to 250 residents. Deficit, 797 to 827 residents. Recommendation. Immediate population reduction required to extend vault viability.
Population reduction. That's what they called it. Not murder. Not killing. Population reduction. 800 people. They needed to get rid of 800 people to make the dying system support the rest. My hands were shaking. I clicked to the next file.
Population adjustment. Selection criteria. Protected categories. Overseer and council members. Essential administrative personnel. Medical staff, limited. Security personnel. Genetic diversity priorities. Approved bloodlines. Technical specialists. Approved list. Transfer categories. Elderly, over 60. Chronic medical conditions. Non-essential personnel. Redundant skill sets. Genetic diversity low priority. Disciplinary concerns. Implementation. Gradual transfer to auxiliary holding sections. Life support reduction. Minimized resource consumption. Processing through sanitation systems post-termination.
Processing through sanitation systems. They were recycling them. The water we drank, the air we breathed. I bent over. Thought I was going to be sick. Forced myself to keep reading.
Transfer log. Recent, Roger Thornhill, age 32. Maintenance. Transfer. F-19, day 1. Status, alive. Roger Thornhill, day 12. Status, alive. Roger Thornhill, day 23. Status, alive. Roger Thornhill, day 38. Status, deceased. Process complete.
38 days. Roger had been in that SEAL section for 38 days before he died. Freezing, starving, in the dark, wondering why no one came for him. And I'd been up here, eating my meals, going to work, sleeping in my quarters, while my best friend died alone in the dark. I scrolled through more names. Sarah Martinez, deceased. The Devlins, all 3, deceased. Dozens of names I recognized. Hundreds I didn't. All deceased. All processed. I found the current transfer list. Upcoming selections. People marked for the next round. My name was on it. Frank Caldwell. Maintenance. Transfer scheduled. Day 197. Month 11. 2 weeks. I had 2 weeks before they came for me. But there was another list. Protected categories. I pulled it up. Scanned the names. My cousin was on it. Protected. Administration. Approved bloodline. He'd known. He'd known I was on the transfer list and said nothing. Told me to stop asking questions and keep my head down, knowing I was going to die. Marion Crane's name was there, too. Medical staff. protected. Had she known, when she warned me to be careful, had she known my name was on the list. I kept digging, went deeper into the files, found older records, construction documents, pre-war Vault-Tec planning files.
Vault 815. Experimental parameters. Experiment designation, long-term resource scarcity response study. Hypothesis. When faced with unsurvivable resource depletion, will Vault leadership choose sacrifice of the many to save the few, or collective death? Parameters. Design critical systems to fail at approximately 200-year mark. Ensure no repair capability exists. Provide leadership with full knowledge of failures and timeline. Monitor decision-making process. Expected outcome, population culling via leadership decision. Alternative outcome, total vault failure. Note, this vault is not designed to save lives. It is designed to test how people in power respond when they must choose who lives and who dies. Vault-Tec Societal Preservation Program.
They built it to fail. Vault-Tec, the company that promised to save us, built this place to fail. On purpose. We were never supposed to survive. We were lab rats. An experiment to see what people would do when there weren't enough resources. And the overseer, the council, they'd found these files. They knew it was a test. And they'd chosen to play along. Chosen to start killing people instead of what? Opening the vault? Trying to find another solution? Telling us the truth? I sat there in the dark, surrounded by 200 years of lies. And I understood. I understood everything. The overseer wasn't evil. The council wasn't evil. They were scared. Scared of dying. Scared of the surface. Scared of losing control. So they'd made a choice. They'd decided who deserved to live and who deserved to die. And they'd convinced themselves it was necessary. Maybe it was necessary. Maybe the math really did say 800 people had to die so 200 could live. Maybe there was no other option. But Roger was dead. And they'd made him die slowly. Alone. In the dark. They could have told him. Could have made it quick. Could have done 100 things differently. Instead, they'd lied. Processed him through the sanitation system like waste. Pretended he'd been transferred to a better assignment. I looked at the terminal screen. Had my own name on the transfer list. I could delete it. The override gave me access. I could take my name off, put someone else's on. I could save myself. Or I could do what the overseer couldn't. I could tell the truth. If I deleted my name, someone else would die in my place. Someone who didn't know, didn't have a choice, would just disappear one day like Roger did. And the killing would continue, quiet and organized, until only the protected ones were left. If I told people, if I exposed what was happening, then what? Panic. Riot. The vault tears itself apart fighting over who gets to live. Or maybe people would find another way. Open the door. Take their chances on the surface instead of waiting to be processed. I didn't know which was worse. Dying in the vault or dying outside it. But at least outside, people would know the truth. They'd make their own choice instead of having it made for them. I copied the files to my Pip-Boy. The population data, the transfer logs, the Vault-Tec experiment documentation, everything. Proof that couldn't be denied. Then I shut down the terminal, locked the door behind me, and crawled back through the maintenance tunnels toward the residential sections. It was 0400 hours by the time I got back to my quarters. In 3 hours, day shift would start. People would wake up, eat breakfast, go to their jobs. Same as always. Same as every day for 200 years. Except today, I was going to tell them the truth. I sat on my bunk, staring at the Vault Boy poster on my wall. Together, we thrive. His cheerful thumbs up, his perfect smile, his complete and utter lie. I thought about Roger, about Sarah, about all the people who died believing the vault would take care of them, about the people on the transfer list who didn't know they were marked, about my cousin, who had chosen safety over truth, about Marion, who maybe knew, maybe didn't, but either way stayed silent. I thought about the 200 people who'd survive if I did nothing. My cousin among them, Marion, the overseer and the council and everyone who'd made the choice to kill. And I thought about the 800 who'd die. People like me, like Roger. People who worked and trusted and believed. The decision wasn't hard. It should have been, but it wasn't. I stood up, pulled on my maintenance jumpsuit, checked my Pip-Boy to make sure the files were there. Then I headed for the community center, where the morning announcement system could reach every speaker in the vault. It was time for everyone to know what Vault-Tec had done to us, what we'd done to ourselves. It was time for the truth. The community center was empty at 0500 hours. Just me, the morning light flickering on, and the PA control terminal in the back room behind the storage closet. I'd fixed that terminal 6 times in the last year. I knew it better than the one in my quarters. I sat down, pulled up the broadcast controls. Emergency override, maintenance access. Same back door that let me fix things when they broke. Except this time I wasn't fixing anything. I was breaking it wide open. My hands hovered over the keyboard. Last chance to turn back, delete the files, go back to my quarters, pretend I'd never seen any of it. Live another 2 weeks before they came for me. Die quietly in the dark like Roger did. I thought about that Vault Boy poster. Together, we thrive. I hit the broadcast button.
Attention, Vault 815. This is Frank Caldwell, maintenance section. I need everyone to listen very carefully, because I'm only going to get to say this once.
My voice echoed through every speaker in the vault. Residential sections, cafeteria, work areas, corridors, everywhere.
The transfers aren't real. The people have disappeared. Roger Thornhill, Sarah Martinez, the Devlins, they're not on special assignment. They're dead. The Vault's been killing them, sealing them in Sector F and letting them die slowly because the Overseer decided we have too many people and not enough resources.
I heard shouting outside. Footsteps running, security coming. Faster than I'd expected. They'd been monitoring, waiting for something like this.
I have proof. Files from the Overseer's terminal showing...
The door slammed open. 3 security officers, armed, led by Mark Rutland, who I'd seen in the cafeteria 1,000 times. He looked at me like I was contaminated.
Step away from the terminal. Caldwell, now.
I kept talking. Faster.
800 people marked for death, so 200 can survive. But Vault-Tec designed it this way. The vault was built to fail. We're an experiment. We've always been...
They grabbed me. Pulled me away from the terminal. Cut the broadcast mid-sentence. One of them yanked my Pip-Boy off my wrist. And I felt the connection sever. The weight of it gone. All those files. All that proof. Ripped away. They dragged me out of the community center into corridors that were waking up. People emerging from their quarters to see what the commotion was. I saw faces I knew. Confusion. Fear. Some of them looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. Security took me to the administrative level. To a room I'd never been in before. Conference chamber? Probably. Long table, chairs, the seal of Vault-Tec on the wall. They made me sit. Didn't restrain me. Didn't need to. Where was I going to go? I waited. Could have been 20 minutes. Could have been 2 hours. No windows. No clock. Just me and the Vault-Tec seal and the quiet hum of the recyclers. Then the door opened, and the Overseer walked in. Betty Morrison. I'd seen her before, at community gatherings, in the cafeteria sometimes. She looked like someone's grandmother. Soft features, calm eyes, the kind of person you'd trust to watch your kids. She'd been Overseer for 30 years. 30 years of lying.
Frank Caldwell, maintenance technician, 3rd shift, 12 years of service, exemplary record up until, well, until this morning.
Her voice was gentle. Disappointed. Like a teacher with a student who'd acted out.
You broke into restricted areas, accessed classified files, hijacked the public address system to spread dangerous misinformation. Do you understand how serious this is?
Misinformation? I read the files, Overseer. The population adjustment lists. The transfer logs. Roger Thornhill died 38 days after you sealed him in Sector F. That's not misinformation. That's murder.
That's survival.
She said it so calmly. Like it was obvious. Like I should understand.
Sit down. Frank, let me explain something to you.
I didn't sit. She sighed and continued anyway.
This vault is dying. The water purification system will fail completely within 18 months. The air recyclers, maybe 2 years. We have no replacement parts, no way to repair them, no contact with other vaults or the surface. When those systems fail, everyone dies. Everyone.
She leaned forward, hands folded on the table.
1,047 people cannot survive on the resources we have left, but 230 can, for another 20, maybe 30 years. Long enough to find another solution. Long enough for the surface radiation to decrease. Long enough for something to change.
So you decided who lives and who dies?
Someone had to.
You could have told people. Let them decide. Let them volunteer. Or vote.
And cause panic, riots? Tear this vault apart fighting over who gets to survive? No, this way is cleaner, quieter. People go to sleep one night and they don't wake up, they don't suffer, they don't know.
Roger knew. He lasted 38 days. You think he didn't know?
Something flickered in her face. Doubt. Maybe. Or guilt. But it passed.
I'm sorry about your friend. Truly, I am. But his sacrifice, and the sacrifice of everyone on the transfer list, saves 200 lives. That's the mathematics of survival, Frank. Hard choices that keep the majority alive.
You mean the people you chose? The people on your protected list? Funny how you and the council are all in the survival group.
Leadership is essential to maintaining order. You know that.
My cousin's on the protected list. He knew. He knew I was marked for transfer and said nothing.
They understood the necessity. I'm sorry you can't.
She stood up.
You've created a problem, Frank. People heard your broadcast. Not all of it, thank goodness, but enough. They're going to ask questions. They're going to be frightened. And fear, in a community like ours, is more dangerous than anything outside these walls.
She walked to the door. Paused.
We have to make an example. Show everyone that disrupting the vault's stability has consequences. That spreading paranoid delusions endangers us all.
Delusions? I have proof.
You had proof. Your Pip-Boy was wiped. The files you accessed were deleted. Now you're just a maintenance technician who broke into restricted areas and made wild accusations. Someone suffering from psychological breakdown due to the stress of underground life. It happens sometimes. Sad, but treatable, assuming the treatment is administered correctly.
I understood. They were going to discredit me completely. Make everyone think I'd gone crazy. And then they'd transfer me. And I'd die in the dark like everyone else.
You can't just...
I can. I'm the overseer. This is my vault, and I will protect it. Even from well-meaning people like you who don't understand what survival costs.
She opened the door.
The council has reviewed your case. The sentence is exile. Immediate. Non-negotiable. You'll be escorted to the vault entrance and expelled to the surface. Given the radiation levels and hostile conditions outside, we estimate you'll survive. Oh, perhaps 48 hours, maybe less.
She looked at me with something that might have been pity.
It's more mercy than you deserve for threatening our survival. But you did serve this vault loyally for 12 years. That counts for something.
The trial, if you could call it that, happened in front of the whole vault 2 hours later. Assembly in the common area. Everyone gathered to witness. The overseer standing at the podium with her counsel behind her.
We are here to address the incident from this morning. Frank Caldwell, a valued member of our maintenance team, has suffered a severe psychological breakdown. In his disturbed state, he broke into restricted areas, accessed confidential files, and spread dangerous misinformation that threatened the stability of our community.
I tried to speak. Security held me back. The overseer continued.
After careful evaluation, the council has determined that Frank poses an ongoing risk to vault security and the mental health of our residents. His condition is not treatable within our current medical capabilities. Therefore, for the safety of everyone, we have no choice but to exile him to the surface.
Murmurs went through the crowd. Exile. The worst sentence possible. Death sentence. Really. Everyone knew nothing survived outside. I looked for my cousin in the crowd. Found him. He wasn't looking at me. Eyes on the floor. Safe in their protected category. Pretending he didn't know me. I saw Marion Crane. Medical staff. Protected. She was watching. Face carefully neutral. Did she know? Had she known all along? I'd never find out.
Frank Caldwell, you are hereby expelled from Vault 815, effective immediately. May the surface be, may it be kinder to you than you deserve.
They walked me through the vault one last time. Past the cafeteria where I'd eaten breakfast with Roger. Past the maintenance bay where I'd spent 12 years keeping things running. past the residential sections where I'd lived my entire life. People stepped back as I passed, like I was contaminated, like Exile was catching. Maybe it was. We reached the entrance chamber. I'd never been this far up. Most people hadn't. The massive Vault-Tec door loomed ahead, sealed shut for 200 years. The gear-shaped seal with its cheerful blue and yellow paint now faded and worn. Security gave me a bag, water bottles, a few ration bars, a basic toolkit, my Pip-Boy, wiped clean, no weapons, no useful equipment, just enough to pretend they'd given me a chance.
If by some miracle you survive, Frank, I want you to remember something. What we're doing, it's to save lives. Your life would have been one of 800 sacrificed. This way, you get a chance. Slim, but a chance.
And the 800 still die.
Yes, but 230 get to live. Those are good odds for the end of the world.
She nodded to the control panel. Someone I didn't recognize entered the code. Ancient machinery grown to life. Gears turning for the first time in generations. The vault door began to open. Light poured in. Real light. Sunlight. I'd never seen sunlight before. It was blinding, painful, absolutely unlike anything in the vault. I threw my hands up to shield my eyes, and it still hurt. Burned through my eyelids. The air hit me next. Different. Wrong. Hot and cold at the same time. Smelling like nothing I could name. Like death and growth and time. My lungs rejected it. Made me cough.
Go, before I change my mind and transfer you instead.
I stepped forward. 1 foot, then another. The threshold felt significant somehow. Crossing from vault floor to whatever was outside. 200 years of separation ending in a single step. I turned back. Saw my cousin in the crowd behind the overseer. They looked at me finally. And I saw something in their face. Guilt, maybe. Relief that it was me and not them. I tried to speak. To say something. But my throat closed up. What was there to say? The vault door began closing. Massive and slow and absolutely final. The seal engaged with a sound like thunder. Locks sliding into place. The door closed behind me with a sound I'd heard my entire life but never understood. That final mechanical seal, the hiss of hydraulics, the click of locks engaging one by one, sealing Vault 815 against the outside world, against me. I stood there for what felt like hours but was probably minutes, my eyes burning from the sunlight, my skin already starting to ache from exposure. The Pip-Boy on my wrist chirped helpfully.
Warning, ultraviolet radiation levels exceed recommended safety parameters. Please proceed to the nearest Vault-Tec facility for medical evaluation. Have a wonderful day.
I would have laughed if my throat hadn't been so dry. Instead, I fumbled with the Pip-Boy's controls until I found the radio function. Static filled my ears. Then, cutting through the noise like a lifeline, a voice.
Good morning, Wasteland. And I use the term good loosely because, let's be honest, any morning you wake up not dead or ghoulified is basically a miracle. This is Caps McGee coming to you live from somewhere in the greater Atlanta ruins, bringing you the news, the tunes, and the truth about life after the bombs. It is 7 a.m. on this fine, moderately radioactive morning. Current temperature is 78 degrees. Current radiation level is enough to make your Geiger counter nervous, but not enough to kill you immediately. And the chance of rain is low unless you count the glowing kind. You know, another beautiful day in paradise. Before we get into the news, let's start with a little music from the old world. This is My Glowing Gal by the Four Geigers, and if you've ever fallen in love with someone in the Wasteland, you know exactly what they're talking about. We've all got that special someone who lights up our lives, literally.
The music started. Some old song about love and radiation that should have been sad, but somehow wasn't. I listened to it while I tried to figure out which direction to walk. My water bottles wouldn't last more than a day in this heat, maybe less. I picked a direction and started walking.
Oh, my glowing gal, you're the only one I fear and love. Oh, my gal, my glowing gal. The diner's empty since July. Dancing shadows, peach pie. I hold your hand through fallout rain. We laugh about yesterday's champagne. The world's a little strange, that's true. But nothing glows quite like you. 'Cause you're my glowing gal, you light up the night. Quite literally. My little glowing gal, everything will be alright. The Geiger counter starts to click whenever you are near. Oh, my glowing gal, you're the only one I fear and love. Oh, my gal, my glowing gal. High pitch, get on noodling. You really burn me up.
All right. That was the 4 Geigers reminding us all that love in the wasteland comes with a side of isotopes. Now for the news you need to survive another 24 hours in this glowing hellscape we call home. First up, raider activity along Route 75 has picked up again. The highway gang, charming folks that they are, hit another caravan yesterday morning. 3 dead, 2 wounded, cargo taken. If you're traveling that route, bring friends, bring guns. Better yet, bring friends with guns. In better news, the water purifier at Riverside Settlement is back online after 6 weeks of repairs. That means clean water for trade, folks. Clean water. You know, that stuff that doesn't glow in the dark or give you tumors. They're trading for scrap metal, ammunition, and food. Standard rates apply.
I found shelter in what used to be a gas station. The roof was mostly gone, but 3 walls still stood. Inside, rusted pumps with faded logos. Red Rocket, the sign said. A skeleton in the corner wearing what might have been a uniform 200 years ago. I sat with my back against the wall and took a drink from my water bottle. 1 of 3. The Pip-Boy's Geiger counter clicked steadily. Not loud, not soft, just present. A reminder that the air itself wanted me dead.
Radiation level, moderate. Prolonged exposure may result in nausea, fatigue, hair loss, and mutations. Radaway recommended. Please visit your nearest medical facility. Stay healthy, Vault Dweller.
I didn't have Radaway. I didn't have a medical facility. What I had was a toolkit, dying rations, and a cheerful computer telling me I was slowly poisoning myself just by breathing. Something moved in the shadows near the back of the station. I froze. It was, at first, just a sound, skittering, like nails on metal. Then I saw it. The thing was the size of a small dog, but shaped wrong. Too many legs. A shell that gleamed wetly in the dim light. Antennae waving. A cockroach. A cockroach the size of a goddamn dog. It saw me. Or sensed me. Or smelled me. The antennae twitched. Then it charged. I grabbed the first thing my hand found. A length of pipe. Rusted but solid. The rat roach, because that's what it had to be, hit me before I could swing, knocked me back against the wall. Mandibles clicked inches from my face. I swung the pipe, connected. The thing squealed, high and wet. I swung again, and again. When it stopped moving, I kept swinging. When I finally stopped, I was shaking so hard I dropped the pipe. The radio was still playing.
Time now for a public service announcement from your friends at Wasteland Survival. Remember, folks, radiation is not your friend. If your Geiger counter starts clicking faster than your heart rate, it's time to find somewhere else to be. Signs of acute radiation poisoning include nausea, vomiting, hair loss, and a sudden urge to glow in the dark. Radaway is available at most settlements. Consult your local doctor or that guy who sells chems behind the bar. Stay safe out there, Wasteland.
I spent the rest of the day learning. Learning that the water in puddles would make me sick even if I boiled it. Learning that the plants with the pretty purple flowers would give me a rash that burned like fire. Learning that radroaches traveled in groups and the one I'd killed had friends. I learned that by the time the sun started setting. When evening came, the radio was still there. The voice, the music, the proof that someone else was alive out here.
It's just past 7 p.m., Wasteland, and if you made it through another day, congratulations. That's no small accomplishment. Let's slow things down with a classic from the old world. This is Lead in My Water, Iron on My Hip by Dusty Boots McGee. A song about traveling, loneliness, and the eternal struggle to find water that won't kill you.
Well, there's lead in my water and sand in my eyes. Underneath these irradiated skies, I'm searching for something that cannot be found. Just a little bit of heaven on this broken ground. Yippee-ki-yay, yippee-ki-yo. Met a stranger in Good Springs with a scar on his face. He told me the desert's a devilish place. He said keep your gun oiled and check on your gear. The shadows get longer this time of the year. The wind kicks up trouble, the dust never quits. Hope's just a rumor, a fool soon forgets. But I promised my mama I'd make it out right. I'll keep riding through the night.
The music played while I watched the sunset. The sky turned colors I'd never seen. Orange and red and purple, beautiful and terrible. When full dark came, I saw the lights. In the distance, maybe 5 miles away, electric lights, not fire, not decay phosphorescence, real lights, settlement lights. People. I could go there, risk everything on strangers who might kill me, enslave me, rob me. Or I could stay here alone and die slowly from radiation and starvation.
All right, Wastelanders. I'm going to leave you with one more song before I sign off for the night. This is Nitro Guzzlin' Queen by Johnny Atom and the Protons. A song about rebellion, danger, and the kind of woman who races death claws for fun. This is Caps McGee reminding you, keep your gun loaded, your water clean, and your radio tuned right here. Because out in this wasteland, sometimes a voice in the dark is all that keeps you human. Stay alive out there. I'll see you tomorrow.
She's my nitro guzzling queen, the meanest woman that I ever seen. She's radioactive, she's hot to touch. I love that woman, maybe way too much. Whoa, 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 she's burning up. Whoa, 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 can't get enough. He raced a death claw down Route 66. Got a toolbox full of atomic tricks. She popped the clutch and we hit the sky. Kissed the mushroom clouds goodbye. Racing through the fallout night, her wild eyes shining bright. Every mile turns my heart to steam. She's a legend, not a dream. She's my nitro guzzling queen, the meanest woman that I ever seen. She's radioactive, she's hot to touch. I love that woman, maybe way too much. Whoa, 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 she's burning up. Whoa, 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 can't get enough. She's burning up, yeah.
I listened to the music fade. Then I checked my supplies. 1 water bottle left, handful of ration bars, a pipe covered in radroach blood. Tomorrow, I'd walk toward those lights. Tomorrow, I'd find out if the wasteland had room for one more survivor. Tonight, I had the radio, the voice, The proof that I wasn't the last person alive. I closed my eyes and let Caps McGee's voice carry me towards something that might have been sleep.
All right, Wasteland. That's all the news and warnings I've got for you tonight. Stay alert out there. Stay armed. And for those of you lucky enough to have walls around you and a working generator, here's something to remind you that even in the apocalypse, we can still dance. This is Billy Blast Baker and his orchestra with the Isotope Hop. High-energy big band swing from the old world. They used to play this one while the air raid sirens were going off. Figured if the world was ending, might as well go out dancing. Can't argue with that logic. This is Caps McGee signing off. Keep surviving out there, children. I'll be back on the air tomorrow with more truth, more music, and hopefully fewer reports of things trying to eat you. Stay safe, Wasteland.
Doing the eye, so don't hop. Bob, don't let the radiation stop. Stop, don't stop. Spin around until your skin turns red. Dance all night until we're, well, you know, it's the eye. So dope hop, 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 hop. So dope hop, hop, hop. Don't stop, uranium fever is catching on fast. Let's have a party that is built to last. The soup is glowing and the steak is tough, but baby, I just can't get enough. Whirl through the dust and don't blink an eye. Hot shoe shuffle as the clouds roll by. Grab your mask and spin once more. Nobody's counting, so hit the floor. We're doing the eye. So dope hop. Hop, don't let the radiation stop. Stop, don't stop. Spin around until your skin turns red. Dance all night until we're, well, you know, it's the eye. So dope hop, 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 hop. So dope hop, 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 hop. Don't stop. Come on.
The trading post appeared after 3 days of walking. Walls made from highway signs and scrap metal. Guard towers cobbled together from pre-war scaffolding. Smoke rising from generators that sounded like they were barely holding together. It wasn't much, but it was civilization. The last 3 days had taught me how unprepared the vault had left me. I tried filtering water through cloth and gotten radiation sickness. Been attacked by radroaches the size of dogs. Run out of food. The Pip-Boy cheerfully suggested visiting the nearest Vault-Tec medical facility, which didn't exist anymore. I approached with my hands visible and empty. The guard at the gate had a hunting rifle, older than the war and eyes that had seen too much to trust a vault dweller.
Hold it. Which vault?
815.
You got caps?
I don't know what that means.
Currency. Bottle caps. Nuka-Cola. Sunset Sarsaparilla. Whatever. Small. Standardized. Hard to counterfeit. You got any?
No.
Can you work?
I showed him my vault toolkit. Screwdrivers, wrenches, wire strippers, maintenance equipment I'd grabbed during my exile.
Water purifier's failing. Fix it and you eat. Otherwise, move on and good luck not dying.
Inside the trading post was organized chaos. Maybe 60 people living in shipping containers and patched buildings. A marketplace trading ammunition, food, water, and salvaged goods. Brahmin, two-headed mutated cattle, tied near a water trough. Everyone armed. Everyone watching. Everyone else. The settlement leader was named Lisa. Mid-30s with chemical burn scars and eyes that suggested she'd killed people before.
You're the vault dweller. Marcus says you've got tools.
Maintenance technician. Vault 815?
Great. Our purifier's been running dirty for a week. Can you fix it, or are you just another useless vault rat?
She showed me the equipment. Pre-war water filtration system held together with improvised repairs, duct tape and hope. But the core principles were the same as vault systems. I knew this. 3 hours later, I had it running. Replaced a cracked seal, cleaned the filter housings, recalibrated the flow rate. Basic work.
Test it.
She ran the output through a Geiger counter. Clean reading. Nodded approval.
50 caps, plus a meal. You earned it.
My first Wasteland currency. Actual bottle caps in my hand. Worth food, water, medicine. She also fed me. Brahmin steak with mute fruit and potatoes. Mutated vegetables that had crossbred somehow. It tasted better than anything from the vault. Maybe because I'd earned it. While I ate, Lisa explained the economy.
Clean water runs 10 caps per bottle. Ammo varies by caliber. 10 millimeters, about 2 caps per round. Shotgun shells are 3. Food's 5 to 20 caps depending on quality. Medical supplies are where it gets expensive. Stimpack will run you 30 caps. Radaway is 40. And if you need antibiotics or antivenom, you're looking at 50 or more.
So I have enough money to fix exactly one serious problem.
Welcome to the Wasteland. You vault dwellers always think you're prepared. Then you learn what preparation actually means.
Where's the nearest settlement that might take refugees?
Refugees from where?
Vault 815. They're dying. The Overseer's killing people to save resources. If I can find help, maybe I can get them out.
That's vault business. Out here, nobody's got resources to spare for other people's problems. You want help? You need leverage. Atlanta's your best bet. Multiple settlements, Brotherhood of Steel presence, actual infrastructure. But they've got their own issues. Raiders, territory disputes. And lately there's been talk of trouble from the south.
What kind of trouble?
Don't know specifics. Just that caravans from Macon haven't shown up in weeks. Radio chatter's been weird. You listen to the Wasteland frequency?
Yeah, I heard it yesterday. Sounded familiar somehow.
That's Caps McGee. He broadcasts news, music, warnings about threats. Been doing it since before I was born. If something's happening, he'll know about it. Listen to him. Might keep you alive.
That night I stayed in the trading post. 10 caps for a sleeping spot in a shipping container. Safe walls between me and the Wasteland. I tuned the Pip-Boy to the radio to Caps McGee's frequency.
And that's the news from the Wasteland, folks. If you're listening from south of Macon, stay alert. Reports are inconsistent, but the pattern's there. Missing caravans, settlements going quiet. Refugees heading north with stories that don't make sense. Could be raiders organizing. Could be something worse. Either way, keep your weapons loaded and your eyes open. This is Caps McGee reminding you that in the Wasteland, paranoia keeps you breathing.
The voice was rough. Decades of radiation damage, maybe. But the words were careful, specific. This wasn't entertainment. This was survival information. In the morning, an old Wastelander approached me at the water station. Weathered face, scars across his knuckles, eyes that track movement automatically.
You fixed Lisa's purifier.
Yeah.
Heading to Atlanta?
That's the plan.
You've got that vault look. Fresh, clean, gets people killed. 3 things you need to know. First, never draw your weapon unless you're ready to use it. Hesitation gets you shot. Second, trust your gut about people. If someone feels wrong, they are. Third, stay off the highways during dawn and dusk. That's when the predators hunt. Rad scorpions. Deathclaws if you're unlucky. Raiders who've learned the schedule.
Why are you telling me this?
Because someone told me once. Figured I'd pass it on. Don't expect me to hold your hand. Just giving you better odds than you had yesterday.
He walked away before I could thank him. Left with a caravan heading west. I never saw him again. I spent another day at the trading post. Fixed a generator. Repaired someone's hunting rifle. Earned enough caps to buy supplies for the road. Water bottles. Radaway. A box of ammunition for a pistol I'd scavenged but barely knew how to use. That evening, the radio crackled to life again.
All right, Wasteland Wanderers. Time for some music to remind you what you're surviving for. This one's for all you travelers out there walking the broken roads.
The music was acoustic, lonesome, pre-war style, but the lyrics were pure Wasteland. I fell asleep listening to it. Tomorrow I'd head for Atlanta. Tonight I had walls around me and a voice on the radio that made the Wasteland feel less empty.
He came riding from the boneyard with a star pinned to his chest.
hunting down a raider boss who put the town to test.
He didn't say a word to folks, he didn't drink the wine. He only checked his laser,
And he checked the time.
oh, the sun burns hot on the crater's edge.
A promise kept and a solemn pledge. When the smoke cleared out on that dusty day, the ranger walked, but the raider lay in the cold, cold dust.
The raider laughed and pulled his pin, a grenade in his hand, thinking he could blow that ranger right on and be the land. But the ranger aim was just a bit and bright.
Turned that raider into ash before he saw the light. Oh, red cross the ranger bay, as one Bonahawk the raider bay, to rain licks away every yesterday. Cold days did cold, cold dust, where he traded holes what
Now made on the anger of his horse plain.
in the cold, cold dust.
All right, Wastelanders, time to dig into the pre-war treasure chest again. Now, this next one, this one's different. I've been broadcasting for 200 years, and I've seen some weird shit. Death claws, feral ghouls, super mutants with philosophy degrees. But this recording, this one still gives me the creeps. It's from October 20077. Yeah, that week, a town called Ashwood, about 40 miles west of here. Don't go looking for it. Trust me on that. People who go near that place, they don't come back the same, if they come back at all. This is Mercury Wells presenting Tales of Tomorrow's America. The story is called Ashwood, Part 1 of 4.
October 20th, 1977. 3 days before the end of the world. The Henderson family arrived in Ashwood just before sunset. Thomas Henderson drove their Chrysler Corvega through streets that seemed normal enough at first glance. Clean, orderly, pleasant homes with perfect lawns and white picket fences. The kind of neighborhood you'd see in a Vault-Tec advertisement. But something felt wrong in a way he couldn't name. The trees were too still, not a single leaf moving despite the October wind. The shadows fell at angles that didn't quite make sense, as if the sun was in two places at once. And the few people they passed on the sidewalks, they smiled, perfect, identical smiles, but their eyes didn't move, didn't track the car as it passed, just stared straight ahead like mannequins programmed to look alive. His wife Sarah sat in the passenger seat, holding their son Michael's hand. The boy was 12 years old and dying. At least, that's what the doctors in Atlanta had told them. Some kind of cellular degradation they couldn't explain, couldn't treat, couldn't even slow down. Michael had been healthy 6 months ago, active, normal. Then he'd started getting tired, sleeping 14 hours a day. His skin had taken on a grayish tint. His hair had started falling out in clumps. The doctors ran every test they could think of. Nothing. No cancer, no infection, no explanation. Just a 12-year-old boy wasting away while medical science stood helpless. Then Vault-Tec had contacted them. A phone call on a Tuesday evening. A calm, professional voice explaining that they'd been reviewing Michael's case, that they had a special research clinic in a town called Ashwood. Experimental treatments, cutting-edge psychotropic therapy combined with radiation exposure, a chance to save their son. Thomas had jumped at it, signed the papers without reading them. The voice on the phone had been so reassuring, so confident. Sarah had been hesitant. Something about the way the man spoke made her skin crawl. The pauses were too precise, the words too rehearsed, like he'd said this exact speech 100 times before. But what choice did they have? Watch Michael die slowly in a hospital bed, or try this one last desperate thing? They packed up their lives in 3 days, drove south, toward Ashwood, toward hope, or what they thought was hope. The clinic stood at the end of Main Street, a gleaming white building that looked too new for the rest of the town. Too clean, like it had been constructed yesterday and artificially aged just enough to not stand out. The Vault-Tec logo was stamped above the entrance, blue and gold, bright and promising. A stylized vault door with the number 13 beside it. Thomas felt a surge of hope looking at that logo. Vault-Tec meant cutting-edge science, innovation. The best minds in America working toward a better future. If anyone could save Michael, it would be them. He parked the car and helped Michael out. The boy moved slowly, carefully, like an old man in a child's body. Every step seemed to cost him something. Inside, the clinic was sterile. White walls, white floors, fluorescent lights humming at a frequency that made Thomas's molars ache. A woman in a white coat greeted them, late 30s. Blonde hair pulled back in a tight bun. That same perfect smile, perfect teeth, empty eyes. She introduced herself as Dr. Margaret Chen, said she'd been expecting them, said everything was ready. She handed Thomas a set of keys. A house 2 blocks away on Elm Street, fully furnished, everything they'd need. Treatment would begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp. For now, rest, get acclimated. The town would take care of them. The house on Elm Street looked like every other house in Ashwood. 2 stories, blue shutters, a porch with a swing that moved slightly in wind that didn't exist. Inside, it was furnished like a catalog photo. Everything matching, everything new, everything perfect. But there were strange touches. The refrigerator was stocked with food, but all the expiration dates were from next week. The calendar on the wall showed October, but the dates didn't match any year. The family photos on the mantel showed people who weren't the Hendersons, but the frames had their names engraved on them. Sarah noticed these things, filed them away, felt her unease growing like a cold weight in her stomach. But Thomas was focused on Michael, getting him settled, getting him to eat something, getting him to bed. Tomorrow they'd start treatment. Tomorrow things would get better. That's what he told himself. That first night, Sarah couldn't sleep. The house was too quiet. No crickets chirping. No dogs barking in the distance. No cars passing on the street. Just silence so complete it felt like pressure against her eardrums. Like the air itself was holding its breath. She lay in bed next to Thomas, listening to him snore softly, and stared at the ceiling. At 2:17 a.m., she got up, walked to the window, looked out at Ashwood. Fog was rolling in, thick, gray, moving against the wind that wasn't blowing, rolling uphill, pooling in corners, moving with something like intention. And in the fog, she thought she saw shapes, small shapes, the size of children, standing perfectly still, facing the house. She blinked. They were gone. Blinked again. They were back, closer now. She went to check on Michael. His room was at the end of the hall. The door was open. She'd closed it. She was sure she'd closed it. Michael was sitting up in bed, not lying down, just sitting perfectly upright in the darkness, staring at the wall. Sarah's heart clenched. She turned on the light. "Michael, honey," she said softly, "what are you doing awake?" The boy didn't respond, didn't move, just kept staring at that wall like there was something written there only he could see. She walked closer, put her hand on his shoulder. Michael turned to her. Slowly, his eyes were unfocused, glassy, like he was looking through her instead of at her. "The underneath is calling," he said, his voice flat, emotionless. "It knows we're here. It's been waiting for us." Sarah's blood went cold. She knelt down, brought her face level with his. "Michael, what underneath? What are you talking about?" The boy smiled. That same empty smile she'd seen on the townspeople, on Dr. Chen, on everyone in Ashwood. "You'll understand soon, Mother," he said. "Everyone understands in Ashwood. The town helps you see, helps you remember, helps you know what you really are." Then he lay back down, closed his eyes, started breathing in the slow rhythm of sleep. Sarah stood there for a long moment, watching her son, this boy who'd spoken in a voice that wasn't quite his own. She wanted to wake Thomas, wanted to pack Michael in the car and drive away, right now, in the middle of the night. But where would they go? Back to Atlanta? Back to watching their son die? She was trapped. She knew it. They all were. In the distance, somewhere deep in the fog that had swallowed Ashwood whole, an air raid siren began to wail. Low at first, then rising. A mechanical scream that went on and on and on. But there was no raid, no bombers overhead, no emergency. Not yet. That would come in 3 days. What was waiting in Ashwood? What had been calling to the Henderson family? What had reached out through Vault-Tec's phone call and medical files and promises of salvation? That had been there much, much longer. Longer than the town, longer than America, longer than humanity itself. And it was hungry.
Well, that's comforting. Nothing says family vacation like mysterious fog and your kid talking about the underneath. 3 more parts to go, Wastelanders, and let me tell you, it gets so much worse. We'll be back with more Ashwood next time, assuming you can handle it. For now, let's lighten the mood with everyone's favorite manic Wasteland anthem. This is Drillin' Dan by Butcher Bob and his Boogie Boys. It's about exactly what you think it's about, and it's a hell of a lot less disturbing than what you just heard.
Well, there's a man in town named Drillin' Dan. He's got the biggest drill in all the land. He drills in the morning, he drills at night. He keeps on drilling till the morning light. He's drilling, he's drilling, he's boring holes all over town. He picks you up and he drills you down. Go, Dan. To Mrs. Johnson's to fix her floor. She yelled, "Oh, Dan, drill me some more." He went to the bank to fix the vault. If the hinges fall off, it ain't his fault. He broke his bit on a plate of steel, but he kept on grinding. Oh, what a feel! Jail just to get some peace, but he drilled through the bars with a little bit of grease. He's loose again, and he's on the street, looking for something hard to meet. Turn it off, man. Turn it off.
Atlanta appeared on the horizon after 4 days of walking. Broken towers against an irradiated sky. Highways collapsed into rivers of debris. Vegetation consuming concrete like the earth was reclaiming what humanity had built. I could see recognizable landmarks in ruin. The Nuka-Cola bottling facility, massive and partially operational. Smoke rising from its generators. The outline of pre-war stadiums. Martyr infrastructure threading through the destruction. And in the distance, Stone Mountain's carved face watching over the wasteland like a monument to a world that no longer existed. The first settlement I reached was the Aquarium Collective. Built around the ruins of the Georgia Aquarium. Walls constructed from shipping containers and scrap metal. Guard towers with armed sentries. The settlement had maybe 200 people living in a defensive position that controlled access to the Chattahoochee River. The guards questioned me for 20 minutes before letting me inside. Vault Dweller status got me suspicion and curiosity in equal measure.
You're a long way from Vault 815. What brings you to Atlanta?
Looking for help. My vault's dying. The Overseer's killing people. I need resources, allies, something.
That's Vault business. We've got our own problems. But you can talk to the council. They might have ideas.
The Aquarium Collective's council consisted of 5 people. Settlement leaders who'd survived by making hard decisions. They listened to my story with the expressions of people who'd heard variations before.
Your vault needs water purification pods and technical expertise to extend system life. Maybe evacuation if the situation's already critical. That sound about right?
Something like that.
We can't help you. We're barely feeding our own people. Water's rationed. Every spare part we have goes to maintaining our own systems. The Brotherhood might assist, if you can pay. They've got resources, and they trade for technology, but they don't work cheap and they don't work out of kindness.
I should explain what the Brotherhood of Steel is. They're what's left of the United States military, or what they claim to be. After the bombs fell, a group of soldiers broke away from the chain of command, decided the old government was gone, and somebody needed to make sure advanced technology didn't cause another apocalypse. 200 years later, they're still at it. They collect pre-war technology, power armor, energy weapons, computers, anything that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. And according to the Brotherhood, everyone's hands are the wrong hands except theirs. They don't share. They don't teach. They take what they find and lock it away in their bunkers. Call it preservation. Call it safeguarding humanity. But when you're starving and they have working water purification technology, it doesn't feel like protection. It feels like hoarding. Still, when you see them in their power armor, flying vertibirds overhead, carrying weapons that can cut through concrete, you understand why people fear them, and why settlements tolerate them. Better to have the Brotherhood ignoring you than interested in what you've scavenged.
Where do I find them?
North of the city. Old Air Reserve Base. Look for power armor patrols and vertibirds. You can't miss them.
I spent the night in the aquarium settlement. Traded repair work for lodging and learned about Atlanta's politics. Multiple settlements and uneasy cooperation. Raider gangs controlling highways and the martyr tunnels. The Brotherhood maintaining technological superiority and using it for leverage. Everyone surviving, but nobody thriving. That evening, I met a refugee from the south. He'd arrived 2 days earlier. Traumatized. Half-starved. Telling a story the settlement council didn't want to believe.
Macon's gone. They came at night. Big, green, organized like an army. Not raiders. Something else. They didn't just kill people. They took them. Dragged them away screaming.
What were they?
I don't know. 10 feet tall. Skin like radiation burns. Carrying weapons I'd never seen before. They moved together, like soldiers. We tried to fight, and they crushed us. I ran. I just ran.
The council didn't know what to make of his story. Could be trauma-induced exaggeration. Could be raiders using fear tactics. Could be something worse. But refugees kept arriving with variations of the same report. Something was moving north. Something organized and violent. The next morning, I headed north toward the Brotherhood base. The route took me through contested territory. Raiders had checkpoints on the highways. I paid tolls or detoured when I couldn't. The Brotherhood base was impossible to miss. Pre-war National Guard facility fortified into a military installation. Walls topped with automated turrets. Power armor patrols. The sound of vertibirds in the distance. This was real military capability. Professional. Dangerous. Getting through the gate required explaining myself to 3 different people of increasing rank.
State your business.
I need to speak with someone about a trade. Technical assistance in exchange for vault technology.
Which vault?
815.
Wait here.
30 minutes later, I was standing in front of a paladin. Full power armor. Brotherhood insignia. The kind of person who'd been raised in military discipline and believed every word of the Codex.
You claim your vault has technology worth trading.
Vault tech systems. Water purification. Air filtration. Power distribution. 200 years of maintenance records. Technical specifications. Everything's documented.
The Brotherhood's mission is to preserve and protect dangerous technology. Vault tech systems fall under that mandate, but we don't provide charity. What exactly do you want in exchange?
Help evacuating vault residents. Safe passage. Maybe temporary shelter while we figure out where they can go.
That's a substantial request. We'd need to assess the vault's technology first. Verify it's worth our resources. And right now we're preparing for a potential threat from the south. Refugee reports suggest organized hostile forces moving north. If that develops into active conflict, our priorities shift.
The conversation ended with conditional interest. The Brotherhood would consider helping if the vault's technology proved valuable. But they had bigger concerns. I left the base with nothing concrete. Just another maybe in a wasteland full of them. That night I found shelter in a ruined building near the settlement perimeter. The Pip-Boy picked up Caps McGee's broadcast.
All right, folks. Update from the south. 3 more settlements confirmed lost. Augusta, Dublin, Warner Robins. Refugee reports are consistent now. Large organized force. Green skin. Taking prisoners instead of just killing. I don't know what we're dealing with yet, but it's not random raiders. This is something else. If you're south of Atlanta, start moving north. If you're in Atlanta, start fortifying. And if you know what these things are, get in touch because we need information. This next song goes out to everyone who's ever felt trapped. Stuck behind walls while the world moves on outside. Missing someone they left behind. Peggy Shelter singing Concrete Walls and Paper Hearts. Stay safe out there, Wasteland.
The music was a waltz. Innocent and sad. It reminded me of the vault, of people trapped behind concrete walls while death approached. I'd come to Atlanta looking for help. Instead, I'd found a city bracing for war. Whatever was coming from the south, it was bigger than vault politics. And I was running out of time to save anyone.
Now it's concrete walls and paper hearts, a heavy door that keeps us apart. I'm safe inside, polished and clean, but I miss the trees and the grass so green. Oh, wait for me through the siren's call, behind this cloaky concrete wall.
You said you'd follow when the coast was clear. Your voice was steady, hiding your fear. Every morning I whisper your name, dreaming, hoping you'll do the same. If spring returns, I'll wait by the door, with memories scattered across the floor. Now it's concrete walls and paper hearts, a heavy door keeps us apart. I'm safe inside, polished and clean, but I miss the trees and grass so green.
Welcome back to the Nightmare Wastelanders. If you're just tuning in, we're in the middle of a pre-war horror story about a town called Ashwood. The Henderson family arrived to get their dying son treated at a Vault-Tec clinic. Turns out the town has other plans, much worse plans. This is part 2 of 4, still presented by Mercury Wells, still creepy as hell, still makes me want to sleep with the lights on.
October 21st, 1977. Michael's first treatment session. Thomas Henderson accompanied his son to the clinic at 8 a.m. sharp. The morning fog hadn't lifted. If anything, it had gotten thicker. Denser, it clung to their clothes like wet cotton. The walk to the clinic took longer than it should have. 2 blocks felt like 2 miles. Streets that had been straight yesterday now curved in ways that didn't make sense. Buildings Thomas was certain he'd passed kept appearing ahead of them again. Michael walked beside him in silence. The boy hadn't spoken since last night, hadn't eaten breakfast, just stared at things with those glassy, unfocused eyes. The waiting room was empty. Too empty for a medical facility. No other patients, no nurses bustling around. Just that receptionist from yesterday, sitting perfectly still behind her desk, staring at nothing. When Thomas cleared his throat, she looked up, smiled. That same mechanical smile. "Mr. Henderson," she said. "Dr. Chen is ready for Michael. Right this way." She stood, led them down a hallway that seemed longer than the building should allow. The walls were white, clinical white, but there were stains in the corners. Dark stains that looked like they'd been scrubbed at for hours but never quite came clean. Brown, rust-colored, the kind of stains that made Thomas think of old blood. The treatment room was worse. Too bright. Fluorescent lights that buzzed with a frequency that made Thomas's teeth ache and his vision swim. A chair in the center of the room. Not a medical chair. Something else. Metal. Cold. With restraints built into the arms and legs. Equipment around it that Thomas didn't recognize. Tubes. Wires. Monitors displaying symbols that looked almost like language but weren't quite. And in the corner, a machine. Large. Industrial. Humming with low power. A radiation symbol stamped on its side. Thomas had worked in research before Michael was born. Corporate contracts for the government. Defense industry applications. He knew what radiation equipment looked like, what it was used for. This wasn't medical. This was something else entirely. Dr. Chen entered through a side door. Same white coat, same perfect smile, same empty eyes. "Good morning," she said, her voice flat, emotionless, like she was reading from a script. "Michael, if you'll have a seat, we'll begin the psychotropic therapy." Thomas asked what exactly the treatment entailed, what drugs would be used, what the radiation was for. Dr. Chen's smile never wavered. "Very cutting edge, Mr. Henderson. Compounds developed by Vault-Tec specifically for cellular regeneration. The radiation helps the body accept the changes. Nothing to worry about. We've run hundreds of successful trials." That last part felt like a lie. Thomas didn't know how he knew, but he knew. Still, what choice did he have? Michael climbed into the chair without protest. Let them strap him in. Didn't even flinch when they inserted the intravenous line. "You'll need to wait outside," Dr. Chen said. "The treatment takes approximately 2 hours. There's coffee in the waiting room." Thomas wanted to stay, wanted to watch, but something in the doctor's eyes told him that wasn't negotiable. He left, heard the door lock behind him with a heavy metallic click. The waiting room felt different now, smaller. The walls seemed closer together. The receptionist was gone. The front door, when he tried it, wouldn't open. He was locked in. An hour passed. Thomas tried to read the magazines scattered on the end table. But the words wouldn't stay still on the page. Letters rearranging themselves, forming words he didn't recognize, words that hurt to look at. He tried to leave, to step outside for fresh air, but when he looked out the window, the fog was so thick he couldn't see the street anymore, couldn't see the buildings across the way, just gray, endless gray. And somewhere in that gray, those sirens were still wailing, had been wailing all morning, would never stop. 2 hours became 3, then 4. Thomas pounded on the treatment room door. No answer. Called Michael's name. Nothing. At hour 5, the door finally opened. Michael walked out. But he looked different. His skin was paler, gray, like ash. His eyes were glassy, dilated, pupils blown so wide there was almost no color left. He moved wrong. Too smooth, too coordinated for a sick child, like something else was operating his body. "Dad," the boy said, but his voice was flat, monotone. Thomas knelt down, asked if he was okay, asked what they'd done to him. Michael kept muttering something under his breath. Thomas leaned close to hear. "The underneath sees everything," Michael whispered. "The underneath remembers every wrong thing, every bad choice, every moment you chose yourself over others. The underneath waits for you. Dad, it's been waiting for you for 15 years. Thomas felt ice spread through his chest. 15 years ago. The research project. The radiation exposure trials. The prisoners who'd volunteered thinking it would reduce their sentences. How did Michael know about that? He asked the doctor what they'd given his son. What drugs? What had happened in that room? Dr. Chen's smile never wavered. Just medicine, Mr. Henderson. Psychotropic compounds that help open the mind. Help patients see clearly. He'll adjust. Come back tomorrow. Same time. The front door was unlocked now. They could leave. Thomas carried Michael out into the fog. The boy was mumbling the whole way home. About the underneath. About waiting. About truth. While Thomas was at the clinic, Sarah spent the day exploring Ashwood. Or trying to. The town was like a maze designed by someone who'd never actually seen a real town. Streets that should intersect didn't. Roads that should be straight curved back on themselves. Buildings that looked close were impossibly far away. And everywhere she went, she felt watched. Eyes on her back. Eyes in the windows. Eyes in the fog itself. She stopped at what looked like a playground. Old equipment. Swings moving in wind that wasn't there. A merry-go-round spinning slowly on its own. Metal groaning with each rotation. A slide that seemed to go down at the wrong angle. And children. At least, they looked like children from a distance. 5 of them. Standing in a circle. Perfectly still. Not playing. Not moving. Just standing. Sarah walked closer. Called out. Asked if they needed help. They turned to her. All at once. In perfect unison. And she saw. They had no faces. Just smooth skin where their features should be. Blank. Empty. Nothing. But they were looking at her. She could feel it. Feel their attention like weight. She ran. Didn't think. Just ran. Through streets that twisted and curved. Past houses that all looked the same. Didn't stop running until she was back at their house. Locked every door. Every window. Shoved furniture against them. But it didn't matter. She could feel them watching through the walls. Through the floor. Through reality itself. That night, Thomas couldn't sleep. He lay in bed next to Sarah, listening to her breathe, and kept thinking about the clinic, about the equipment, about what he'd seen. This wasn't treatment. This was experimentation. The psychotropic compounds, the radiation, the way Dr. Chen had smiled. He'd seen this before, 15 years ago. Different lab, different subjects, same cold efficiency. At 3 a.m., he got up, went to check on Michael, found his son standing at the window, perfectly still, staring out at the fog. "Michael," he said softly, "come back to bed." The boy didn't respond, didn't move. Thomas walked closer, put his hand on Michael's shoulder. "Dad," Michael said without turning around, "do you know what we're really doing here?" Thomas asked what he meant. Michael turned, slowly, and Thomas saw. His son's eyes were black, completely black. No whites, no color, just darkness, reflecting nothing, absorbing everything. "We're feeding it," the boy said. "The town is hungry, Dad. It's been hungry for a very long time. And we taste like guilt, like regret, like all those prisoners you watched die, like all those test subjects you signed off on, like every choice you made that put your career ahead of human lives. The town knows, the underneath remembers, and now you're going to pay." The sirens screamed louder. The fog pressed against the windows like something alive, something with mass, something with intention. And somewhere deep in the town, somewhere far beneath Ashwood's streets and buildings and perfect lawns, something vast and patient stirred in its sleep, tasted the fear, tasted the guilt, tasted the Henderson family's slow realization that they'd never really had a choice. October 23rd was only 2 days away. But for the Henderson family, the nightmare had already begun, and it would never, ever end.
Yeah, so, note to self. If your kid starts talking about feeding the underneath and knowing your darkest secrets, maybe skip the second appointment. Just a thought. Anyway, we've got 2 more parts of this story coming, and trust me, it gets worse. So much worse. Let's take a break from the horror with something a little more nihilistic but less terrifying. This is Roulette Wheel World by Dino Valenti, a song about how the wasteland is just one big gamble, and the house always wins. Kind of like Ashwood.
Life is just a gamble, babe. We play it every day. Put the chips in survival and hope it pays your way. The dealer is a cruel man with a button in his hand. He spins the little ball around and burns up all the land. It's a roulette wheel world, spinning round and round. We're high up in the penthouse, looking at the ground. Don't worry about the fallout or the losing streak. Just order up a martini and kiss me on the cheek. The house always wins. The house always. The house always wins again. Together we win, darling. Snake eyes again.
The refugee wave hit Atlanta like a flood. Hundreds of people from southern settlements, traumatized, exhausted, telling the same story over and over. Green giants, organized attacks, people taken alive, settlements destroyed. The Aquarium Collective couldn't handle the influx. Neither could the other settlements. Food ran low, tensions escalated. The Brotherhood reinforced their perimeter and stopped accepting refugees entirely. Atlanta was fracturing under the pressure. I decided to find the radio host. Caps McGee was the only person who seemed to understand the full picture. The only one connecting information from across the region. If anyone knew what was really happening, it was him. The Pip-Boy had a radio direction finding feature. Vault-Tech engineering for locating friendly signals. I tuned to Caps McGee's frequency and followed the bearing. It led me deep into the ruins, through irradiated zones and collapsed infrastructure, toward a broadcast tower still standing after 2 centuries. The fortified position was impressive. Pre-war broadcast equipment maintained for 200 years. Automated defenses that tracked my approach, and a voice over an external speaker.
That's far enough, Vault Dweller. You've been tracking my signal for 3 hours. Either you're lost or you want something. Which is it?
I want information. You're the only one who seems to know what's happening.
I broadcast everything I know. You've been listening. What makes you think I've got more to share?
Because you're scared. I can hear it in your voice. You've seen something like this before.
Silence. Then the door opened. The man standing there was a ghoul. I need to tell you what a ghoul is. When the bombs fell, most people died instantly. Vaporized or crushed or burned. Some died slower from radiation poisoning. But a few, a very few, absorbed enough radiation to kill them 1,000 times over and somehow didn't die. Their skin decayed. Their flesh rotted off their bones but kept working. Hair fell out. Noses collapsed. They became walking corpses that refused to stop walking. And they didn't age. 200 years later. And they're still here. Still conscious. Still remembering the world that burned. Not all of them stay sane. Some go feral. Lose their minds to the radiation. Become mindless. Violent. Everyone else just calls them ferals and shoots them on sight. The ones who keep their minds. The sane ones. They're still people. Still think. Still feel. Still remember being human. Well, Wastelanders don't always see it that way. They see the rotting flesh and assume monster. Ghouls call us smoothskins. We call them, well, usually worse. They're immune to radiation. Can walk through areas that would kill me in minutes. Some of them have been alive since before the war. Actually remember what the old world looked like. Tasted like. Sounded like. living history in rotting packages. Standing there looking at Caps McGee, at what the radiation had done to him, I understood something the Vault never taught me. Survival isn't always pretty. Sometimes it's horrifying, but it's still survival. Skin like leather, radiation damage from 2 centuries of exposure. But his eyes were sharp and his posture was confident. And I recognized him, not from meeting him, from the Vault archives.
You're the podcaster, from before the war.
That was a long time ago. Come inside before something eats you.
Inside the broadcast station was a museum of pre-war technology. Mixing boards, transmitters, recording equipment maintained with obsessive care. Maps covered one wall showing settlements, raider territories, trade routes, information accumulated over decades.
Super mutants. That's what we're dealing with. I've seen them before, not these specific ones, but the type, forced evolutionary virus, FEV, pre-war bioweapon that transforms humans into something stronger, tougher, and usually dumber. Smart enough to lead.
How do you know this?
Because I've been alive for 200 years and I pay attention. Wasteland stories, traveler reports, patterns. There was an FEV facility in Florida, military research before the war. Something woke it up, or something never went to sleep. Now we've got an army moving north, converting or killing everything in its path.
Before I could respond, another voice came from deeper in the station.
They're not just converting people. They're building an ideology. I've intercepted transmissions. They think they're the next evolution. Humanity perfected. This is exactly what the government wanted. Create super soldiers and lose control, just like I said would happen.
A man emerged from the back room. Wild-eyed, disheveled, carrying equipment that looked 2 centuries old. Another pre-war survivor. But where Caps McGee was weathered by time, this man was damaged by it.
This is Pete. He built a private vault and froze himself before the bombs fell. Woke up a few months ago, still adjusting.
Adjusting. I was right about everything. The government, Vault Tech, the experiments. I warned everyone and they called me crazy. And now look, 200 years later and it's still the same corruption, still the same conspiracies.
You're the conspiracy ranter. From the pre-war broadcast.
Not a conspiracy if it's true, which it is, which I proved, which didn't matter because everyone died anyway.
Pete's got government files from before the war, military schematics, base locations, including Fort Benning.
What's Fort Benning?
Automated defense grid, artillery systems, drone networks, area denial weapons powered by a fusion reactor that might still work. If we can activate it, we can break their army.
Big if. Fort Benning's been abandoned for 2 centuries. The reactor might be dead. The weapons might not work. And even if they do, someone has to physically go there and turn it on.
Before we could discuss further, the radio equipment started screaming with interference. Every frequency lit up. Caps McGee moved to the console and isolated the signal. A voice came through. Deep, resonant, unsettlingly articulate.
Humans of the Wasteland, I am speaking to you from the vanguard of your future. You know us as monsters. You fear us as threats, but we are neither. We are completion, evolution fulfilled. The forced evolutionary virus strips away humanity's weakness, frailty, disease, the limitations that keep you cowering in your settlements. We offer you transformation. Join willingly and become strong. Resist and be conquered. Your choice is inevitable. Only the manner of your absorption remains negotiable.
The transmission cut off. Silence filled the room.
That's their leader. Smart mutants are the worst kind. They don't just want to kill us, they want to convert us. They genuinely believe they're saving humanity by destroying it.
Fort Benning. We need Fort Benning. It's the only weapon system big enough to stop an army.
Can it be activated?
I've got access codes, base schematics, technical specifications. If the reactor still works, we can do this.
Then we go. The 3 of us aren't enough. We'll need the Brotherhood for firepower. We'll need settlement volunteers who know the terrain. But if we're doing this, we start planning now.
I'd come to Atlanta looking for help with the Vault. Instead, I'd found something bigger. A threat that would consume Atlanta and everything north of it if we didn't act. The Vault would have to wait. First, we had to survive.
All right, Wasteland. This is Caps McGee with a special broadcast. You just heard them. Super mutants. Coming north with an army. offering evolution or extinction. Here's the thing about forced evolution. It's never voluntary. It's never kind. So here's a song for everyone preparing to fight. The Brimstone Brothers, singing Raider Boneyard. Stay armed, stay alert, and stay alive.
The music that followed was slow country song, cheerful about the apocalypse. Oddly appropriate for what we were planning. A suicide mission to activate 200-year-old weapons in the hope they might save us. The Wasteland had taught me many things. Tonight it was teaching me that sometimes hope and desperation looked exactly the same.
Like a brand across the cold shoulder of this broken land. I traded my rifle for a bottle of gin to drown out the memories of where I have been. The towns are all empty, the people are gone, but the ghost of the highway keeps leading me on. And every step echoes what used to be home. Dreams blown away with the dust and the bone. Oh, the cactus is blooming in a terrible red. The world is alive, but the old world is dead. I'm chasing a sunset that burns like a brand across the cold shoulder of this broken land.
Planning a suicide mission turned out to be complicated. Pete had schematics of Fort Benning from pre-war archives he'd downloaded before going into cryofreeze. The base had been a major Army installation, training grounds, vehicle depots, and most importantly, an automated defense grid powered by a fusion reactor that had been designed to survive everything, including nuclear war. 200 years later, it might still work. Might.
The problem is the reactor. The containment failed sometime in the past 2 centuries, probably during the war from EMP or structural damage. The control center's deep underground, shielded from external threats, but not from its own failing reactor.
How bad's the radiation?
Lethal. My calculations give someone maybe an hour of exposure before acute radiation poisoning becomes irreversible. The activation sequence takes at least 30 minutes. That leaves 30 minutes to get out, except the radiation will make you too sick to move effectively. Do the math.
Ghouls are immune to radiation. In fact, it heals us. Let me do this.
That reactor's putting out enough radiation to potentially make even a ghoul go feral, turn you into one of those mindless, aggressive things that attack anything that moves.
I've been pushing the limits of radiation exposure for 200 years and haven't turned yet.
Yet is the key word.
Let's focus on getting to Fort Benning first. We can worry about who's going to die activating it later.
They both went quiet, but we all knew what we were planning. The trip would take us through territory that was probably already compromised by super mutant scouts, 70 miles south from Atlanta to Columbus where Fort Benning sat. We'd need weapons, ammunition, supplies, and people who knew how to fight.
We need the Brotherhood, their firepower and their armor if we want any chance.
The Brotherhood will try to claim Fort Benning for themselves. That's what they do. They hoard technology and call it preservation.
Probably. But we need their firepower or we'll never make it. Let them have Fort Benning if we survive. At least Atlanta will still be standing.
Neither of you can make the decision. We need to actually talk to the Brotherhood.
So we went back to where I had met with the Brotherhood before. Their Atlanta base was a pre-war National Guard facility, fortified into a proper military installation. Walls topped with automated turrets, power armor patrols, the sound of vertibirds in the distance. Getting through the gate required explaining our plan 3 times to increasingly senior people. Finally, they brought us to the commanding officer. The paladin I had met before was named Commander Dance, and he was exactly what I'd expected a Brotherhood officer to be. Mid-30s, built like he'd been raised in power armor, spoke in precise military language and codex references.
You're proposing an expedition to Fort Benning to activate pre-war defensive systems. The Brotherhood's mission is to preserve technology and protect humanity from dangerous weapons. This falls under our jurisdiction. What does the Brotherhood gain from supporting this mission?
Fort Benning is pre-war technology you want, power armor variants, advanced weapon systems, military vehicles. If we activate the defense grid and stop the super mutant army, the Brotherhood can claim the base and everything in it.
An acceptable exchange. What do you want in return?
Safe passage for Vault refugees if we survive.
Continued operation of my radio station without Brotherhood interference.
access to any pre-war scientific data we find.
I'll need to consult with the elders. But the Brotherhood's mission is to protect humanity by preserving technology. If this works, we all benefit. I'll commit resources. 2 knights in power armor, weapons, supplies. You provide the expertise and the mission plan. We provide the firepower.
The expedition team came together over the next 2 days. The 3 of us. 2 Brotherhood knights in power armor. A settlement scout who knew the southern routes. 6 people total. Small enough to move quickly. Armed enough to fight if necessary. Not nearly enough if we ran into the main super mutant force. The Brotherhood knights were Mark and Alicia, professional soldiers who treated this as another mission. The settlement scout was John, former caravan guard who knew every back road between Atlanta and Columbus.
70 miles through hostile territory. Super mutant scouts operating ahead of their main force. Raiders exploiting the chaos. Irradiated zones. This is a high-risk operation.
The Codex teaches that dangerous technology must be secured. Fort Benning represents both a weapon and a responsibility. If we can activate those systems and stop this army, we fulfill our mission.
I know routes that'll keep us off the main highways. Slower but safer. We avoid the super mutant patrols. We might actually make it.
We spent the evening preparing, checking weapons, packing supplies, going over maps. Caps McGee prepared his iBot with 2 weeks of pre-recorded broadcasts. If we didn't come back, the robot would return to his station and keep playing his voice, keep the settlements connected.
Recorded messages for different scenarios. Victory, defeat, uncertainty, covering all possibilities, because that's what 200 years of survival taught me.
That night I found Caps and Pete talking. Quiet conversation about the pre-war world. Things they remembered that nobody else alive had seen.
I remember podcasting when that was still a thing.
My conspiracy broadcasts, everyone thought I was crazy, and I was right. Right about the government, right about Vault-Tec, right about the bombs. Didn't matter though, everyone died anyway.
We both survived though. You in your private vault, me as a ghoul, 200 years later, and we're walking toward another potential death together. There's something darkly funny about that.
At least this time we're trying to save people instead of just warning them.
We left before dawn. 6 people had agreed to march south into super mutant territory with the slim hope that 200-year-old military hardware might still work. The odds were terrible. The alternative was worse. So we walked. From Stone Mountain, we could see the glow of the super mutant army's advance on the southern horizon. Fires. Destruction. They were out of time. We were out of time. The first day we covered 15 miles without incident. Abandoned suburbs. Overgrown highways. The occasional rad roach or bloatfly that scattered when the Brotherhood Knights got close. John led us through areas he knew were clear. We camped that night in an overpass ruin, posted watches, and tried to sleep knowing tomorrow would be harder. On the second day, we started seeing signs of the super mutant army. Destroyed settlements, bodies left in the open, burn marks that suggested heavy weapons fire.
We're getting close to the contested zone. Places where the army passed through recently. We need to be more careful, more alert.
Caps's iBot sensors picked up movement ahead. He called a halt and we took cover while the bot did reconnaissance. He came back with bad news.
Super mutant scouts. 3 of them. Patrolling the highway we need to use.
We could go around. Add a day to our journey.
We should engage. 3 super mutants against our firepower. Those are acceptable odds.
Engaging means announcing our presence. Every super mutant in 10 miles will know we're here.
Speed matters more than stealth. The super mutant army is moving north. Every day we delay gives them more time to spread. We fight, we win, and we deal with whatever comes after.
The Brotherhood Knights checked their weapons. Pete activated his stealth boy and disappeared. John took up a sniper position. I loaded my pistol and hoped I remembered everything I'd learned about shooting things that wanted me dead. The Wasteland had taught me how to fight. Now I'd find out if I'd learned enough to survive.
Everybody hit the floor. On the floor. Well, I hiked across the canyon just to get a little drink. My throat was full of desert dust, I couldn't hardly think. I didn't want no water, and I didn't want no beer. I wanted something bubbly to make me want to cheer.
I'm doing the Sunset Sarsa Saparilla slide. Pop that blues cap and open it wide. The blue star cap and open it wide. It might rot your teeth and it rots your gut, but it makes you want to wiggle and shake your strut. Hey! The Saparilla slide. Hey! Oh, I met a ghoul in Prim who said he felt mighty down. So I bought him a bottle and we painted up the town. He lost an arm and I lost a boot, but we don't really care. As long as we got fizzy pop, we're walking on air. Pass the bottle, partner.
The fight lasted 3 minutes. Mark's power armor absorbed most of the super mutant's initial volley. Alicia's laser rifle burned through one mutant's shoulder. John's sniper shots kept them suppressed. Pete appeared from stealth behind the third one and planted a plasma mine. When it detonated, the fight was over. I stood there shaking. I'd fired my pistol 6 times and missed with all of them. The adrenaline made my hands useless. This was my first real combat. The vault had never prepared me for this.
First time's always the hardest. You did fine. You stayed in cover and you didn't freeze.
I didn't hit anything.
You will next time. The Codex teaches that fear is overcome through experience. You just got yours.
We examined the super mutant bodies. They were massive, 10 feet tall with skin like radiation burns, carrying weapons that looked pre-war military but modified. These weren't mindless monsters. They were equipped, organized, professional.
They'll know we're here now. Other patrols will find the bodies. We need to move fast.
We covered another 20 miles that day, through ruined towns and abandoned infrastructure. The landscape showed evidence of the super mutant advance. Settlements burned, refugees scattered, the wasteland emptying ahead of the army. That evening we made camp in the ruins of a pre-war shopping center. Defensible position, good sight lines. We posted double watches. I found Cap setting up his broadcast equipment. Even here, even now, he was keeping the wasteland connected. You're really going to broadcast our location?
Not our exact position. But Atlanta needs to know we're still moving, that the mission's still active. Hope matters, even if it's the only thing we can give them.
You've been doing this for 200 years. Why?
Because before the war, I warned everyone and nobody listened. I was right and it didn't matter. Everyone died anyway. After, I figured if I kept talking, kept broadcasting, maybe this time the information would save someone. Maybe this time being right would actually help.
Has it?
Don't know yet. Ask me after Fort Benning.
The broadcast went out that night. Cap's voice carrying across the wasteland.
This is Caps McGee broadcasting from somewhere south of Atlanta. The mission's still active. We're still moving. If you're listening, hold the line. We're trying to buy you time. Here's some music for the road. Stay safe, Wasteland.
To start a flame, I only wanted to give you a name. Now the sky is turning red. I remember what you said. It's just a spark. Just to be with you, darling, eternally. They say the world is endless, and maybe they're right. But when I look into your eyes, I don't see the mushroom clouds. I just see that's all I'm flying from where you are. So let it go, let it go. As long as you present the show, it's just a spark inside my heart.
This is Caps McGee broadcasting from, somewhere south of the ruins on foot. Just had a little disagreement with some super mutants. They wanted to eat me. I objected strongly. With a plasma rifle. Anyway, walking gives me time to dig through the archives, and I figured now's as good a time as any to continue our nightmare from Ashwood. If you're just joining, the Henderson family is trapped in a town that's not quite right. Their son is changing. Reality is breaking down. The parents are seeing things, terrible things. And it's about to get a whole lot worse. This is part 3 of 4, presented by Mercury Wells. Let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
October 22nd, 1977. One day before the world ends. The sirens never stopped. Thomas Henderson woke to that sound, mechanical and endless, like the town itself was screaming, had been screaming since they arrived, would never stop screaming. The fog had become something else overnight, not vapor anymore, not weather, something thicker, more solid, like liquid smoke. It moved with purpose, reached through the windows like fingers, left residue on the glass that looked almost organic. Sarah was already awake, sitting at the kitchen table, staring at nothing, her hands wrapped around a coffee cup that had gone cold hours ago. When Thomas touched her shoulder, she flinched violently, pulled away. "I saw them," she whispered, her voice raw, broken. "I saw the children I didn't save." Thomas didn't understand, asked what she meant. Sarah explained. 5 years ago, she'd been a social worker in Atlanta. Good job, important work, helping families, protecting children. A case came across her desk. 3 children in a bad home, father with a drinking problem, mother too scared to leave, bruises on the kids that looked like handprints. She'd meant to file the emergency removal paperwork. Get those children out, get them somewhere safe. But she'd been tired, overwhelmed. 30 cases on her desk, not enough hours in the day. She'd put it off, just one more day, just until tomorrow. 2 days later, the father killed all 3 of them, beat them to death in a drunken rage. She'd never told anyone. Not Thomas, not her supervisor, not the police. The case was closed. Tragedy, unavoidable. No one blamed her, but she knew, carried that guilt like a stone in her chest for 5 years. 3 children dead because she'd been tired, because one more day seemed reasonable. Now, those children were in the fog. "I saw them last night," Sarah said, "standing in our yard, looking up at the window. They don't have faces anymore, just blank skin. But I know they're looking at me. I can feel it. They're waiting for me. Thomas, they want me to come out. They want to show me what I did to them." Thomas tried to tell her it wasn't real. Tried to tell her they needed to leave. Right now. Pack the car and drive. But when he opened the front door, the street outside had changed. The houses were wrong, twisted, like someone had taken reality and folded it in ways that shouldn't be possible. Roofs at impossible angles, windows that were too large, doors that opened onto darkness. The sky was the color of old bruises, purple, gray, shot through with veins of sickly yellow. The sirens were so loud now they felt like physical pressure, like hands pressing against his skull, trying to crack it open, and walking toward them through the fog. Shapes, human shapes, but wrong, moving in ways that bodies shouldn't move. Thomas recognized them. Recognized their faces even though those faces were melting, sloughing off like wax. Test subjects from his work 15 years ago. Project Radiance, that's what they'd called it. A research initiative studying high-dose radiation exposure, seeing if the human body could adapt, evolve. They'd used volunteers from the local prison, promised reduced sentences, promised medical care, promised safety. Thomas had been part of the team that designed the exposure regimen. He'd known the doses were too high, known people would get sick, known some would die, but he'd signed off on it anyway. Career advancement, a bigger paycheck, a chance to make a name for himself in the defense industry. 17 people died in that study. 17 men who'd trusted the government, who'd believed in second chances. Thomas had helped write the final report, called it acceptable losses, called it necessary research, called it anything but murder. Now those 17 men were here, in Ashwood, walking toward him through impossible fog. Their skin was sloughing off in sheets. Their eyes had melted out of their sockets. Their hands had too many fingers, fingers that reached, grasped, beckoned. He could hear them whispering his name, over and over. "Thomas, Thomas Henderson, we trusted you, we believed you, and you killed us. You killed us for money." Thomas slammed the door. But he could hear them scratching at the wood, scraping, clawing. And behind that sound, laughter, children's laughter. The 3 children Sarah hadn't saved. The town was showing them everything. Every sin, every failure, every moment they'd chosen convenience over conscience. And it was only just beginning. Michael appeared in the hallway. Not walking, not moving, just there, as if space itself had folded to put him in front of his parents. He looked at them with eyes that were no longer his own, eyes that were windows into something vast, something old, something that had been waiting beneath Ashwood for longer than human civilization. "Do you understand now?" the boy asked. But it wasn't Michael's voice. It was older, layered, like 1,000 voices speaking at once in perfect harmony. "The town knows," it said through Michael's mouth. "The town sees. The town remembers every sin, every lie, every moment you chose yourself over others, every choice that seemed small at the time but cost someone else everything. You came here thinking you could save him," the thing said, "thinking Vault Tech would help you, thinking science could fix what's broken. But you can't save anyone, Thomas, Sarah. You couldn't save those prisoners. You couldn't save those children. You can't even save yourselves. You never could. This was always where you were going to end up, in Ashwood, in the fog, in the underneath. We've been waiting for you, preparing your hells, custom-tailored, perfect fits. And tomorrow the world ends. Tomorrow the bombs fall. Tomorrow radiation covers everything. But that won't free you. That will make us stronger." Thomas ran, grabbed Sarah's hand and ran for the car. But every street led back to the same intersection. Every turn brought them to the same corner, the same houses, the same fog. The town had become a loop, a Mobius strip, a prison made of guilt and fog and impossible geometry. They tried the clinic, found it empty, just those stains on the walls, dark and spreading like infection, like blood that had learned to move on its own. They tried other houses, found other families inside, all frozen, all staring, all experiencing their own personal hells. A woman watching her husband die over and over from the cancer she'd given him with years of second-hand smoke. A man surrounded by business partners he'd betrayed. A couple watching their daughter drown because they'd been arguing instead of watching her at the pool. Ashwood didn't kill its victims. It kept them, fed on them, forever. By sunset, Thomas and Sarah had stopped running. They stood in the middle of Main Street, exhausted, broken, understanding finally settling over them like the fog. There was no escape, had never been an escape. The phone call from Vault Tech, the promise of treatment, the drive to Ashwood, all of it had been the trap closing. All of it had been the town calling them home. Michael found them there, standing in the middle of the street. The boy smiled, or the thing wearing the boy smiled. "Tomorrow the bombs fall," it said. "Tomorrow the world ends. Tomorrow China and America destroy each other. But not for you. For you. This is just the beginning, the eternal beginning, the forever now." The sirens screamed. The fog consumed everything. The sky bled purple and yellow. And Thomas Henderson understood, finally, what Ashwood really was. Not a town, a mouth, a feeding mechanism, a trap built by something so old that humanity was just a brief flicker in its eternal existence. They'd walked right in, signed the papers, accepted the keys, brought their dying son to be healed, and now they'd never leave, never escape, never die. Just experience their guilt forever, in perfect clarity, in endless detail. That was Ashwood. That was the underneath. That was hell.
So, yeah, that's horrifying. One more part to go, Wastelanders, and trust me, the ending doesn't get any better. Spoiler alert, the bombs make everything worse. For now, let's get our minds off towns that eat guilt with a nice, depressing song about loneliness. This is Empty Barstool by Danny Chains and the Last Call Orchestra. It's about a guy drinking alone in a ruined bar, watching the sunset through holes in the ceiling. Real uplifting stuff, perfect for the apocalypse. Almost makes Ashwood seem pleasant by comparison. Almost.
Empty bar stool right beside my knee, save for an old friend that I can no longer see. He didn't pay his tab, he just walked out the door to the green horizon to settle up a score. Yeah, there's an empty bar stool and a full glass of rye, waiting for a ghost that I just can't say goodbye. Oh, partner, where'd you go? Oh, partner, come on home. Some say the raiders got him near the overpass. Some say he found a beauty in the shattered glass, but I think he's just a wanderer chasing down the moon. Maybe if I wait right here, he'll be walking in real soon. And jukebox spins that memory tune. I nurse alone, leave the last past noon. If hope's a thing that don't grow old, I'll keep the seat till story's told. There's an empty bar stool right beside my knee. Say for an old friend that I can no longer see.
The shopping center appeared promising. A super-duper mart surrounded by ruins. Pre-war retail turned into potential shelter. We'd covered 20 miles since the super mutant fight and needed somewhere defensible to rest. The front entrance was clear. Mark's power armor sensors showed no heat signatures inside. We should have known better. Raiders had learned to hide from sensors. Wait until targets got comfortable, then attack from multiple angles. We were inside for maybe 5 minutes when the shooting started. 3 raiders from the back stockroom. 2 more from the ceiling where they'd hidden in the collapsed second floor. They had pipe weapons and hunting rifles. Makeshift armor covered in scavenged metal and bones. The kind of people who survived by taking from others.
Contact rear. Multiple hostiles.
I dove behind a checkout counter as bullets tore through rusted shelving. This time I didn't freeze. The super mutant fight had taught me that hesitation meant death. I came up firing. Hit one raider in the shoulder. Not a kill, but enough to make him drop his weapon. Mark's power armor absorbed most of the incoming fire. He returned it with a minigun that turned the stockroom into splinters. Alicia's laser rifle burned through the ceiling supports. Dropped 2 raiders who'd been shooting from above. John took a round to the leg. Went down hard. Kept shooting from the ground with his hunting rifle. Put 3 rounds into the raider who'd hit him. Pete appeared from stealth behind the last raider. Plasma pistol to the back of the head. The fight ended as quickly as it started. Maybe 90 seconds total. 5 raiders dead. John bleeding on the floor.
Medic! John's hit!
I ran to him. The bullet had gone through his thigh. Not arterial, but bad enough. Blood pooling on the cracked linoleum. His face was pale.
I'm all right. Just need a stim pack.
I pulled a stim pack from my pack. Pre-war medical technology. Nanomachines and accelerated healing compounds in a single injection. 40 caps worth of medicine. I jammed it into his thigh near the wound. The effect was immediate. Bleeding slowed. Color returned to his face. Not healed, but stable.
That's better. That's much better.
Mark and Alicia swept the rest of the building. Found nothing but old supplies and raider bedrolls. This had been their territory. We'd walked into an ambush and barely survived. The Wasteland didn't care about our mission. It just cared about survival. We made camp in the super-duper mart anyway. Posted double watches. John could walk, but he needed rest. I found him later that night pulling an inhaler from his pack. Jet. Combat stimulant that slowed your perception of time. Made you faster. More focused. Also highly addictive.
You use that often?
Only when I need the edge. Raiders move fast. Super mutants move faster. Jet keeps me alive. I'll worry about the addiction later.
I didn't argue. The Wasteland made you choose between survival now and health later. Most people chose survival. That's how you ended up with chem addicts and radiation sickness. But you ended up alive. Cap set up his broadcast equipment like he did every night, keeping the Wasteland connected even while we were being hunted.
This is Caps McGee, broadcasting from somewhere south of Atlanta. Had a run-in with raiders today. Lost some supplies, but everyone's still breathing. That's what counts. If you're listening from the southern settlements, stay vigilant. The chaos from the super mutant advance is bringing out every predator in the Wasteland. Watch your back. Trust your instincts. And remember that in the Wasteland, paranoia and preparation are the same thing. Stay safe out there.
We left at first light. John was limping but functional. The stim pack had done its work. We covered another 15 miles through ruined suburbs and overgrown highways. The super mutant army's advance was visible in the destruction. Burned settlements, empty roads, the Wasteland evacuating ahead of the threat. By evening, we reached an abandoned settlement. Pre-war houses converted into Wasteland homes. Then abandoned when the super mutants got too close. We needed shelter for the night. Mark's sensors showed the buildings were clear. They weren't. Feral ghouls don't show up on thermal sensors. No body heat. Radiation damage had destroyed their minds but kept their bodies functioning. They'd been hiding in the basements, waiting. We were setting up camp when they came. Fast, mindless, aggressive. 8 of them pouring out of a collapsed foundation, moving with that horrible jerky speed that feral ghouls had. Skin rotted, eyes gone white, clawing and biting anything that moved.
Overalls, full assault.
This wasn't like fighting raiders. Raiders had tactics, self-preservation. They'd retreat if the fight turned bad. Feral ghouls didn't retreat, didn't feel pain, didn't stop until you destroyed their brain or severed their spine. I fired until my pistol clicked empty. Dropped 2 ferals. Headshots. The training was starting to stick. Reloaded while backing up. A 3rd feral got close enough that I could smell the radiation rot. Mark's power fist crushed its skull before it reached me. Alicia's laser rifle was perfect for this. Precise. Instant. She put beams through feral ghoul skulls with mechanical efficiency. 4 down in as many seconds. John had taken Jet before the fight started. Moved faster than should have been possible with his injured leg. Put rounds exactly where they needed to go. The drug gave him the edge he needed. It would cost him later, but right now it kept him alive. Pete and Caps worked together. Pete's plasma weapons melted through feral ghouls. Caps drew them in close, then finished them with a shotgun. 2 pre-war survivors who'd learned how to kill things that refused to die. The fight lasted maybe 3 minutes. 8 feral ghouls dead. We'd used ammunition we couldn't replace easily. Medical supplies we'd need later. But we were still alive. Mark had taken claws to his armor. Scratches, but nothing that compromised integrity. Alicia was uninjured. John's leg was bleeding again. Another stim pack. Another 40 caps of medicine. Pete had radiation burns from getting too close to the ferals. Rat away to flush his system. 40 more caps. I'd taken a glancing hit to my shoulder. Feral ghoul claws carried radiation and infection. I used a stim pack on myself. Felt the nanomachines work. Skin knitting together. Pain fading to a dull ache. Pre-war medical technology was the only reason anyone survived the Wasteland. We cleared the settlement properly this time. Checked every basement, every hiding spot. Found 2 more feral ghouls hiding in a collapsed bathroom. Put them down before they could attack. Then we set up a proper defensive perimeter. Barricaded doors, posted watches, tried to rest. I couldn't sleep. The adrenaline was still pumping. My hands were shaking. 2 fights in 2 days. Raiders and feral ghouls. People who'd chosen violence, and people who'd lost their minds to radiation. The Wasteland had different kinds of threats, but they all wanted you dead.
First time gets easier. So does the second. Then one day you realize you don't feel anything anymore when you kill something. That's when you need to worry.
How do you deal with it?
Remember why you're doing it. Those raiders would have killed us and taken our supplies. Those ferals would have torn us apart. You're not killing for fun. You're surviving. There's a difference.
I wanted to believe that. Wanted to believe there was a line between necessary violence and becoming the kind of person who killed without thinking. But in the Wasteland, that line got blurry fast. You did what you had to do, and you lived with it after. We left the settlement at dawn. 3 stim packs used. 1 dose of Rataway. Ammunition expended. John limping worse than before despite the medicine. The mission was costing us. Every mile toward Fort Benning extracted a price. We paid it because the alternative was worse. Atlanta needed us to succeed. So we kept walking. The 3rd day brought rain. Radioactive precipitation that made the Pip Boys counter scream. We took Rataway and kept moving. John navigated us through back roads and forgotten routes, avoiding the super mutant patrols we could hear in the distance.
My daughter lives in the Aquarium Collective. My grandson's learning to be a trader. If the super mutants take Atlanta, they'll die or be transformed. I'm doing this for them. What about you?
I came to Atlanta to save my vault. Turns out the vault's just one more problem in a wasteland full of them. If Atlanta falls, nobody's left to help anyone.
Sometimes love is the only reason you need. Love for people. Love for a place. Doesn't matter if it's rational.
That afternoon, the super mutant leader broadcast again. The transmission cut through every frequency.
To the humans running south. Yes, we know you're there. 6 of you, walking toward Fort Benning with desperate hope. You think pre-war weapons will save you. They won't. The age of human dominance ended 2 centuries ago. What you call civilization is just the death rattle of a failed species. Surrender now and join willingly. The transformation is painless if you don't resist. Continue this futile mission and you'll die for nothing.
The transmission ended. We kept walking.
They're trying to break our morale. Classic psychological warfare. The government used the same tactics, make people think resistance is pointless.
Is it working?
No, because I've spent 200 years being paranoid, and paranoia means you never give up.
The fourth day, we encountered more evidence of the super mutant advance. A settlement that had been overrun. Bodies. Destruction. Signs of people being dragged away alive.
This happened within the last 48 hours. They're close. Maybe a day ahead of us.
If we can reach Fort Benning and activate the defenses before they get to Atlanta, we might actually save the city. The Codex teaches that sacrifice in defense of humanity is the highest honor.
Let's focus on not dying first. Then we can worry about honor.
The fifth day, we reached the exclusion zone around Fort Benning. 2 centuries ago, the military had established a perimeter to keep civilians away from the base. The fence was rusted through, but the automated defenses were still active.
Turrets tracking movement. Mines. Security systems that don't care the war ended 200 years ago. I can bypass this with Brotherhood override codes.
She worked the terminal at the entrance. Brotherhood training in pre-war computer systems. 10 minutes later, the turrets went dormant.
Mines are still active, but I've mapped their locations. Walk carefully and we can get through.
Fort Benning appeared through the rain like a monument to pre-war military power. Massive, fortified, decayed but still imposing. Barracks that had housed thousands. Vehicle depots filled with rusted armor. Training facilities where soldiers had prepared for wars that never came. And somewhere beneath it all, the command center, the heart of the automated defense network. We entered carefully, watching for threats both automated and organic. The base was silent except for wind and rain. Mark led with his power armor and sensors. The rest of us followed single file.
The entrance to the underground facility should be in the base commander's headquarters. That building, the one that's still partially intact.
Inside, we found the access elevator, non-functional. Emergency stairs descended into darkness.
This is it. The schematics show 5 levels down, the command center's at the bottom, the reactor too.
The descent was claustrophobic. Emergency stairs spiraling down into darkness. Flashlights illuminating concrete walls marked with pre-war warning signs. Radiation symbols. Authorized personnel only. Warnings about the fusion reactor. The Pip-Boy's counter started clicking faster. Radiation levels increasing with every floor we descended.
This feels better already. Radiation heals ghouls. It's like walking into a warm bath.
For the rest of us, it's like walking into death.
At level 5, the stairs ended at a sealed blast door. Pete stepped forward with his pre-war access codes. Spent 10 minutes at the terminal muttering to himself, typing frantically.
Come on, military override Alpha 79. I know these codes.
Then the door's hydraulics engaged with a sound like metal screaming. It opened. Beyond was the command center. And radiation levels that would kill us all.
But losing you, my darling, has made me faint and weak. You stayed out in the storm too long, looking for a supply. Now there's a strange green glowing light inside your pretty eye. Oh, my darling's gone feral. She don't know my name. She snarls at the window. She ain't quite the same. I left a bowl of food outside and locked the heavy door. 'Cause the woman that I married, she ain't there no more. I hear her scratching at the wood, howling at the moon. I hope the rads will take me, and I hope they take me soon, so I can join my darling in that glowing land above, where we can be together in a radiated love.
I said my check stick, daddy, see if I'm running low. Lubricate my transmission, make the pistons go. I need a full service tune-up, don't you leave until I'm fixed. Come on and check my diff.
The command center was pristine, sealed for 200 years. Computer banks humming quietly on backup power. Displays showing the base's defensive grid in standby mode. Artillery systems, missile batteries, automated drone platforms. All of it waiting for someone with authorization to activate it. But the radiation in here was lethal. The Pip-Boy's counter wasn't clicking anymore. It was screaming. The fusion reactor that powered this facility had been leaking for 2 centuries. Slow, steady. The control room shielding had failed.
My calculations were right. The reactor's still functional. The systems respond. We can do this.
My armor sensors are reading lethal radiation levels. Even with power armor, sustained exposure will be fatal. Minutes, not hours.
How long to complete the activation sequence?
30 minutes minimum. Security checks, power routing, weapons system diagnostics. Someone has to stay at the terminal the entire time.
We all understood what that meant. 6 of us had walked here. 5 of us would leave. 1 would stay and die, activating weapons that might save Atlanta.
I'll do it. I'm a ghoul. Radiation heals me. I've got the best chance of completing the sequence.
These radiation levels could turn you feral. You might not stay coherent long enough to finish.
I've been alive for 200 years. Watched everyone I knew before the war die. Spent 2 centuries broadcasting to people I'll never meet. This could mean something. This could actually save people instead of just warning them.
There has to be another way.
There isn't. You know it. I know it. Pete knows it. Someone stays or Atlanta dies.
My family's in Atlanta. If this saves them, I can do it.
You'd die in 5 minutes and the sequence wouldn't finish. I can last 30, maybe longer. It has to be me.
I know the systems. I've got the access codes. 200 years in cryosleep. I survived alone. Let me do this.
Your mental state's unstable. You might have a breakdown halfway through. We can't risk it.
I was right about everything. The government, Vault Tech, the bombs, and it didn't save anyone. Let me be right about this. Let me save someone for once.
They looked at each other. 2 pre-war survivors. Both damaged by time. Both offering to die.
We'll do it together. You handle the technical sequence. I'll keep you stable if you start losing it. Between us, we can finish this.
Both of us?
Both of us. We warned everyone before the war and nobody listened. This time we'll save them whether they listen or not.
No. This isn't right.
You need to leave, Frank. You've got a vault to save. People who need you. Go back to Atlanta. Get the help you came for. Save your people.
I didn't know what to say. I'd come to the Wasteland looking for help. Found allies. Found purpose. And now I was watching them walk toward death.
The Codex teaches that sacrifice in defense of humanity is the highest honor. You're both giving the Wasteland a chance to survive. The Brotherhood will remember this.
Just make sure Atlanta knows. Broadcast what happened here. Tell them why. Frank, you take over the radio when you get back. Keep people connected. Keep them informed. That matters.
I'm not a broadcaster.
You'll learn. Now go, all of you. Get to minimum safe distance. When the grid activates, you don't want to be anywhere near here.
We evacuated. Mark, Alicia, John, and me. Climbing the emergency stairs back to the surface. Behind us, Caps McGee and Rusty Pete began the activation sequence. We reached the surface and ran. Put distance between us and Fort Benning. Found cover in a reinforced structure. Then we waited. 30 minutes passed. Then the earth started shaking. A subsonic rumble as ancient machinery woke. The sound of power building, capacitors charging. Then the sky lit up. Artillery systems firing. Missile batteries launching. Automated drones deploying. The defense grid had activated. 200-year-old weapon systems coming online exactly as designed.
Look at the southern horizon.
Explosions. Massive. Sustained. The super mutant army's position being systematically destroyed. We could hear it from miles away. Feel the percussion through the ground. The bombardment lasted 20 minutes. Then silence.
The army's broken. Not destroyed, but scattered, disrupted. They won't be able to organize an assault on Atlanta now.
My family's safe. Atlanta's safe. Because of them.
I tried the radio, tuned to Caps McGee's frequency. Static. Then, faintly, a transmission.
This is Caps McGee with a final broadcast. The defense grid is active. The super mutant army is broken. Atlanta survives. Pete and I, We're not making it out of here. Radiation's too high. But we finished the sequence. Frank, if you're listening, the radio station's yours. Keep broadcasting. Keep people connected. The Wasteland needs voices, needs hope. This is Caps McGee, signing off for the last time. Stay safe out there, Wasteland. Keep surviving.
The transmission cut to music. 2 people I'd known for less than a week. Both from before the war. Both survivors who'd warned everyone and been ignored. They'd saved Atlanta, saved the Wasteland, and died doing it. The sky was strange. Smoke, distant fires, the afterglow of weapons that hadn't fired in 2 centuries. The super mutant army was broken. Atlanta survived, but nothing was solved. The super mutants would regroup eventually. The factions would return to conflict. The vault was still dying. The work wasn't finished. It never would be. But for now, right now, we'd won.
If the clock on the wall should stop today, and the birds in the sky all flew away, I wouldn't mind the silence, dear, as long as I knew that you were near. Maybe the sun won't rise tomorrow. Maybe there's nothing left but sorrow. But if the clock should stop its chime, I'd be happy. I spent my time with you.
You know, sweetheart, I was looking at my watch today, and I realized that don't know what time it is. It could be the world or just beginning. As long as I'm holding your hand, time stands still anyway.
So let the hands freeze on the dial. Just leave me here with your smile. If the clock stopped with you.
If you're hearing this, I'm probably dead. I recorded this segment a while back. Figured I'd cue it up in case I didn't make it back from Fort Benning. Looks like that worked out exactly how I thought it would. So, here we are, my final broadcast. And you know what? I'm ending it with the end of Ashwood. Seems fitting somehow. You've made it to the final part of our horror story, the Henderson family, the town that feeds on guilt. October 23rd, 20077, the day the world ended. But for some people, the nightmare just got started, and it never, ever stopped. This is Mercury Wells. One last time, one last story. Let's finish this.
October 23rd, 1977, 9:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Henderson family sat in their living room. They'd stopped trying to escape hours ago, stopped trying to understand, stopped trying to fight. The town had shown them everything, every sin, every failure, every moment they'd chosen themselves over others, every small decision that had seemed reasonable at the time but had cost someone else everything. Thomas stared at his hands, hands that had signed death warrants in the name of science, hands that had typed up reports calling human deaths acceptable losses, hands that were shaking now, shaking and wouldn't stop. 17 men had died because of what he'd approved, 17 prisoners who'd believed in second chances, who'd trusted the government, who'd died screaming in isolation chambers, while Thomas wrote notes about radiation absorption rates. Sarah held herself and rocked slowly. Back and forth, back and forth. Those 3 children were standing in the corner, the one she'd failed to save, watching her with faces they no longer had. She could hear them breathing, slow, steady, patient. They'd been dead for 5 years. But in Ashwood, time didn't work that way. Death didn't work that way. Nothing worked the way it should. The children just stood there, waiting, watching, judging. And Sarah knew, with absolute certainty, that they would stand there forever, that she would see them forever, that the guilt would never fade, never lessen, never stop consuming her from the inside out. Michael sat by the window. Not their son anymore, just a shell the town wore to speak to them. A puppet made of flesh and memory and something older than language. It's almost time. The thing that had been Michael said. Can you feel it? The air is changing, pressure dropping, temperature rising. The world is holding its breath. The boy turned to them, those black eyes reflecting nothing, absorbing everything. Do you want to know what happens next? It asked. Do you want to know what comes after? Thomas and Sarah said nothing. What was there to say? The thing smiled. Everything, it said. Everything happens next, forever. 9:53 a.m. The sirens changed pitch. Higher, more urgent, more real. Real sirens now. Not the town's echo. Not the underneath's voice. Air raid sirens from the military base 30 miles away. From Atlanta. From every city within 100 miles. Warning sirens. Emergency broadcast sirens. The sound of civilization realizing, too late, that the end had come. Sarah started laughing. The sound was brittle, broken, like glass shattering in slow motion. They're finally doing it, she said. China and America. The Cold War going hot. They're finally ending it all. Ending everything. Good, she whispered. Good. Let it all burn. Let everyone feel what we feel. Thomas wanted to feel something. Fear. Hope. Rage. Anything. But the town had hollowed him out, scooped out everything that made him human, and replaced it with perfect, crystalline understanding of every wrong thing he'd ever done. There was nothing left but guilt, nothing left but truth, nothing left but the knowledge that he deserved this, that they all deserved this. The thing-wearing Michael smiled wider. You think the bombs will free you, it said. You think death will be an escape. You think radiation will be the end. It laughed, a sound like glass breaking, like bones cracking, like reality splitting at the seams. The bombs will make everything so much better. For us. Not for you. Never for you. But for us. The radiation will be food, power, strength. The underneath has been sleeping for so long, waiting for the right conditions, waiting for humanity to finally destroy itself. And now we wake. Now we grow. Now we feed forever. 10:07 a.m. The flash came first. Light. Impossible light. Brighter than the sun, brighter than anything human eyes should see, brighter than thought, brighter than consciousness itself. Every window in Ashwood shattered simultaneously, every mirror cracked, every piece of glass became 1,000 reflecting fragments. Then the sound, not an explosion, a roar, the sound of atoms splitting, the sound of matter converting to energy, the sound of reality itself screaming as it tore apart. The shockwave hit Ashwood 7 seconds later. Windows already broken shattered again. Buildings collapsed. Cars lifted off the ground and tumbled like toys. The fog turned to fire. The sky turned black. The world ended in fire and light and sound so loud it stopped being sound and became pure sensation. And the town drank it in, fed on it, grew stronger. Thomas felt something tear inside him. Not his body. His body was fine, protected by the town because the town needed him. What tore was deeper, fundamental, his connection to linear time, his understanding of cause and effect, his grasp on what was real and what wasn't. The radiation poured into Ashwood like water into a dry well, like food for something starving, like power for something that had been waiting in the dark for millennia. And the entity beneath, the thing the town had been built to contain or worship or feed or all three at once, it stirred, woke, opened something that wasn't quite eyes and saw the world above for the first time in 10,000 years. The Hendersons didn't die. Death would have been mercy. Death would have been escape. Death would have been the end. Instead, they became part of the town, part of its eternal feeding, part of its mechanism. Time stopped meaning anything. They lived October 23rd over and over, experienced their guilt in an infinite loop, watched the bombs fall, felt the radiation burn, saw their sins made flesh, understood, with perfect clarity, exactly what they'd done and exactly what it had cost. Again, and again, and again, and again. Forever. 200 years passed in the world outside Ashwood. Civilizations fell. New societies rose from the ashes. Mutants evolved. Ghouls walked. The wasteland became the new normal. For the Henderson family, it was always October 23rd, 20077. Always 9:53 a.m. Always the moment before impact. Always the sirens, always the fog, always the guilt, always the understanding that there would never be escape, never be forgiveness, never be redemption, never be an end. Just truth, eternal, perfect, consuming, forever. And Ashwood? Ashwood is still there, 40 miles west of Atlanta. in the wasteland, still wrapped in fog that doesn't move with the wind, still calling, still waiting, still hungry. The radiation made it stronger, gave it new appetites, new ways to manifest, new hells to create. Sometimes travelers report seeing it through the haze, a town that shouldn't exist, streets that loop impossibly, buildings at wrong angles, sirens that never stop wailing. Sometimes they go investigate, drawn by curiosity or desperation, or the promise of shelter or supplies. They never come back, or if they do, they're different, hollow, empty, like something essential has been scooped out and replaced with fog and guilt and the endless, patient hunger of something vast and old and utterly inhuman. The Henderson family is still there, still in that house on Elm Street, still experiencing their hell, still feeding the thing beneath. Thomas still sees those 17 prisoners, their skin still sloughing off, their voices still whispering his name. Sarah still sees those 3 children, still feels their faceless stare, still knows that one more day would have saved them. Michael is still a shell, still a puppet, still speaking in the voice of the underneath, and they'll be there forever, because Ashwood doesn't kill, Ashwood keeps, Ashwood feeds, and Ashwood remembers everything, every sin, every lie, every choice, forever and ever and ever, without end, without mercy, without escape. That's Ashwood, that's the underneath, that's the price of guilt in a world that never forgets.
Well, that's the end of that story. Sleep tight, Wastelanders, sweet dreams, and if you ever see fog rolling in where it shouldn't be, if you ever hear sirens that sound wrong, if you ever find a town that looks just a little too perfect in the middle of the wasteland, walk the other way, run the other way, don't look back. Trust me on that. I've been broadcasting for 200 years. I've seen a lot of things, heard a lot of stories, but Ashwood is real, and it's still out there, still waiting, still hungry. Anyway, if I'm dead when you're hearing this, which I probably am, thanks for listening all these years. It's been real. It's been an honor. Keep fighting, Wastelanders. Keep surviving. Keep finding reasons to get up in the morning, even when the world is ashes and radiation. Because that's what we do. That's what humanity does. We survive. Let's end this broadcast with something a little more upbeat. Here's a cover of Nitro Guzzlin' Queen. This version's by Elvis Chainsaw. Yeah, that's actually a real name in the wasteland. More rockabilly than the original. Little faster, little meaner. Got that pre-war swagger with post-war attitude. Enjoy it, Wastelanders. And remember, the wasteland's bad enough without towns that feed on your sins. This is Caps McGee, signing off. One last time, one last song. Stay human, stay alive, and stay the hell away from Ashwood.
She's my nitro guzzling queen, the meanest woman that I ever seen. She's radioactive, she's hot to touch. I love that woman, maybe way too much. Whoa, whoa. She's burning up. Oh, 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 oh. Can't get enough. We raced to death, bought him out 66 and got a toolbox full of atomic tricks. Popped the clutch and we hit the sky. Kissed the mushroom clouds goodbye. Racing through the fallout night. Her wild eyes shining bright. Every mile turns my heart to steam. She's a legend, not a dream. But she's a me. She's my nitro guzzling queen, the meanest prambutters I've ever seen. She's radioactive, she's hot to touch. I love that woman, maybe way too much. Oh, 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 she's burning up. Oh, 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 oh. Can't get enough. She's burning up.
The return journey took 3 days. The wasteland was quieter, stunned, processing what had happened. The super mutant army had retreated south, Scattered. Disorganized. Still dangerous, but no longer an immediate threat to Atlanta. Settlements cautiously emerged. Began recovery. Raiders were diminished. Scattered by the chaos. We passed evidence of the war and its aftermath. Mass graves being dug for defenders who fell. Celebrations in settlements that survived. Mourning in places that lost people to the fighting. Super mutant stragglers being hunted down. The landscape scarred but not dead. We parted ways outside Atlanta. John headed back to the Aquarium Collective. Back to his family. He told me if I ever needed help, I knew where to find him. Mark and Alicia returned to the Brotherhood base with news of Fort Benning's technology. I went alone to Caps McGee's broadcast station. The fortified position was exactly as he'd left it. Equipment still running. iBot powered down and waiting. Maps on the wall showing the wasteland he'd watched over for 200 years. I sat at his broadcasting desk, looked at the equipment, the microphone, the transmitter that had connected the wasteland for decades. Caps had asked me to keep broadcasting, to keep people connected. I wasn't ready to be that voice yet, but I set the music to loop before I left. The transmitter hummed. The signal went out across the wasteland. Caps McGee's station still alive, still keeping the wasteland company. I went to the Brotherhood base one last time. Paladin Commander Dance honored the agreement. 2 Brotherhood Knights assigned to escort me to Vault 815. Power armor, heavy weapons, military capability that made the vault door look like a suggestion. Dance also gave me something else. A holotape. Brotherhood documentation of the wasteland. Proof that the surface was survivable. Settlement locations. Trade routes. Resource maps. Evidence that people were living out there. Not just surviving. Building. 2 days later, I stood outside Vault 815. The entrance was visible. The massive door that had sealed me out weeks ago. The place I'd been exiled from. The people still dying inside. The 2 Brotherhood Knights stood on either side of me. They didn't speak. Brotherhood soldiers on assignment. Professional. Patient. Waiting for orders. One of them signaled to the other. They moved to the vault door and mounted shape charges along the locking mechanism. Precise. Efficient. This was what Brotherhood training looked like in practice. They moved back and the first Knight gave me a look. Asking permission.
Do it!
The charges detonated. Not loud. Controlled. Surgical. The vault door's locking mechanism shattered. 2 centuries of sealed containment coming apart in seconds. The door ground open, revealing the corridor beyond. Fluorescent lights flickering on after years of darkness. Pre-war air rushing out like the vault was exhaling. Alarms started blaring inside. Vault security protocols activating. I could hear boots on metal, guards mobilizing. The Brotherhood Knights moved to follow me in. I stopped them, told them to stay back, both of them. This was my fight. The first Knight shook his head, pointed to the corridor, and tapped his chest twice. Brotherhood sign language. We're here if you need us. I nodded, and walked inside alone. 4 Vault security guards met me at the first checkpoint. Pip-boys on their wrists, security batons, faces I recognized from before my exile. They didn't shoot, didn't attack, just stopped me, hands on weapons, waiting.
I need to see the Overseer.
They looked at each other. A long pause. Then 2 of them fell in on either side of me, and the other 2 took positions behind. An escort. Not friendly, not hostile, procedural. They were bringing me to her because the Overseer would want to know I was here. Walking through the vault was strange. Everything looked the same. The same corridors, the same lighting, the same hum of recycled air. But it felt different, smaller. The walls that had been my entire world now felt like they were closing in. I'd seen the sun, felt rain, watched stars over an irradiated landscape. This place was a box, and I was done living in a box. People lined the corridors watching. Faces I knew. People I'd grown up beside. They looked thin, tired. Some of them looked afraid. Vault 815 was dying, just as I'd left it. The Overseer's office. The guards opened the door and stepped aside. 2 of them stayed posted outside. 2 more remained just inside the doorway behind me. The Overseer sat behind her desk, the same desk she'd sat behind when she signed my exile order. She looked up. Her expression didn't change.
Frank Caldwell. I heard the explosion. Assumed you'd brought trouble.
I brought a choice. The wasteland is survivable. I'm proof. The people in this vault can leave. They can live outside. There are settlements, trade routes, Brotherhood of Steel support. Nobody has to die down here anymore.
The surface is lethal. That's what the vault was built for. To protect humanity until conditions improved.
I placed the holotape on her desk. Brotherhood documentation, settlement data, radiation maps, proof.
Listen to it. Brotherhood of Steel compiled this data over decades. Hundreds of settlements, Thousands of people living on the surface, growing food, trading, building communities. Conditions improved a long time ago. You knew that.
This vault has a purpose, an experiment, a function that serves a larger goal. The residents stay. The vault continues operating. That is the directive.
People are dying. You're killing them. Selection? Resource rationing? You're choosing who lives and who dies to maintain an experiment.
I am maintaining order. The vault functions. The population is managed. Difficult decisions are made because someone has to make them. You were exiled because you couldn't understand that. The surface didn't change you. It just made you delusional. Leave. Now, before I have you dealt with properly.
She nodded to the guards behind me. The two inside the doorway moved forward, hands on their batons. I shot the first guard before he closed the distance. Center mass. He dropped. The second one swung his baton. I sidestepped. 3 weeks in the Wasteland had rewired my reflexes. I'd been shot at by raiders, attacked by feral ghouls, nearly killed by super mutants. A vault security guard with a baton wasn't a threat anymore. I put the second guard down, turned to the overseer. She hadn't moved, hadn't flinched, just looked at me with the cold calculation of someone who'd made life and death decisions for years.
You won't do it. You're not that person.
She was right. The Frank Caldwell who'd lived in this vault his entire life would never have done what came next. That person was gone, left behind somewhere between the trading post and Fort Benning, replaced by someone the Wasteland had built. I pulled the trigger. The sound echoed through the vault, through corridors where people had lived and died for 200 years. The overseer slumped in her chair, the holotape still sitting on the desk in front of her. I stood there for a long moment, listening to the vault hum around me. The recyclers, the generators, the sounds of a machine that had been running for 2 centuries. The alarms had stopped. The guards outside the door hadn't moved, waiting to see what happened next. I opened the office door. The 2 guards outside saw her, saw me, saw the pistol in my hand. I looked at them, not with anger, not with threat, just steady, the way someone looks when they've already made the hardest decision.
It's over. All of it. Let the people out.
They didn't argue, didn't reach for their weapons, just looked at each other and nodded. The overseer had been making the decisions for years. Now she couldn't. Someone else would have to. The guards moved, started the process. Word spread through the vault fast. The way it always did in a sealed community. Everyone knew everyone. Everyone knew everything within hours. People started gathering at the main entrance. Confused, hopeful, afraid. I walked back to the entrance. The Brotherhood Knights were still posted outside. Silent. Waiting. I walked past them and stood at the threshold, looking out at the Wasteland. They came out slowly at first, blinking at the sky. The first real sunlight most of them had ever seen. Some of them stopped, just stood there, looking up at the clouds, at the horizon, at a world that was broken but alive. Some of them cried. Some of them didn't move for a long time. 200 years of walls suddenly gone. I stood at the vault entrance and watched them come out. One by one, families together. Old people leaning on younger ones. Children holding hands with their parents. Each of them stopping at the threshold, feeling the air, the real air, not recycled and filtered. Wind, dust, rain in the distance, the wasteland. I thought about Caps McGee. 200 years of broadcasting into the dark, hoping someone was listening, hoping the words mattered. I thought about Rusty Pete, right about everything and dismissed by everyone, dying in a radiation-soaked room to save people who'd never know his name. I thought about the wasteland, everything it had taken from me, everything it had given me in return. This was my story. A maintenance technician exiled from his vault, walking into a broken world with nothing but a toolkit and a Pip-Boy, learning that survival wasn't about walls and sealed doors. It was about choices, about the people you chose to fight for, about what you were willing to become. But the wasteland is big, and there are many stories out there. Many vaults still sealed, many people still waiting, many battles still to fight. This was my story, but there are others yet to tell.
We're doing the eye, so don't hop. Bob, don't let the radiation stop.
Stop, don't stop.
Spin around until your skin turns red. Dance all night until we're, well, you know, it's the eye. So dope hop,
hop, hop, hop.
So dope hop,
hop, hop, hop.
Don't stop. Uranium fever is catching on fast. Let's have a party that is built to last. The soup is glowing and the steak is tough. But baby, I just can't get enough. Whirl through the dust and don't blink an eye. Hot shoe shuffle as the clouds roll by. Grab your mask and spin once more. Nobody's counting, so hit the floor. We're doing the eye. So toe hop. Don't let the radiation stop.
Stop. Don't stop.
Spin around until your skin turns red. Dance all night until we're, well, you know, it's the eye. So toe hop, 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 hop. So toe hop, 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 hop. Don't stop.
Join us next time as we witness the next chapter in our species' fight for survival. The end times are far from over. Until then, here is a preview of our next broadcast.
We're doing an emergency episode tonight. I don't even know how to start this. My guest is Dr. Curtis Whatley, professor of theoretical physics at Caltech, specializing in non-Euclidean geometry and higher dimensional mathematics. Curtis, thank you for dropping everything to be here.
I'm not sure I'm the right person to explain this, Bill. But I'll try.
3 weeks ago, we had a marine biologist on talking about whale beachings. We were curious, we were investigating. Now, there's a city the size of Manhattan that just rose out of the Pacific Ocean. And according to every scientist who's looked at it, it shouldn't exist. Curtis, what the hell is Rayleigh?
That's the question, isn't it? I've been staring at the satellite imagery for hours. I've read every analysis that's been released, and the best explanation I can give you, the only explanation that makes any mathematical sense, is that we're looking at a structure that exists in more than 3 spatial dimensions.
Okay, break that down for me. What does that mean?
Imagine you're a 2-dimensional being living on a flat piece of paper. Your entire reality is length and width. You can't conceive of height. Now imagine a 3-dimensional object, say a sphere, passing through your 2-dimensional world. What would you see?
I'd see a circle that gets bigger, reaches a maximum size, then gets smaller and disappears.
Exactly. You'd see a cross-section. You wouldn't be able to perceive the full 3-dimensional object. What we're looking at in the Pacific, if my hypothesis is correct, is a 3-dimensional cross-section of a 4 or 5-dimensional structure. Or possibly higher. We don't know.
So the structure that isn't right, the way the geometry keeps changing, that's because we're seeing, what, just part of it?
We're seeing the parts that intersect with our 3-dimensional space. But the structure extends into dimensions we can't perceive. So when someone tries to navigate it, when they try to walk through corridors or climb stairs, those corridors and stairs are not entirely in our reality. They twist through dimensions we don't have access to. That soldier who fell, he stepped into a pocket that, in our 3-dimensional perception, didn't exist. But in 4 or 5-dimensional space, that pocket is real. It's just, we can't see it. We can't process it.
That's Jesus. How do you even build something like that?
You can't. Not with our understanding of physics and engineering. To construct something in 4-dimensional space, you would need to exist in 4-dimensional space. You would need tools and materials that operate according to 4-dimensional physics. We don't have that. We can barely conceive of it mathematically, let alone build it.
So whoever built RLA, or whatever built RLA, they're not human.
I don't know what they are. But no, they're not human. They can't be. Humans evolved in 3-dimensional space. Our brains are wired to process 3-dimensional reality. Whatever created this city, they perceive and interact with dimensions we don't have access to.
Could it be, I don't know, some kind of natural phenomenon, like weird geology or something?
Bill, I've seen the images. You've seen them. There are towers. There are what appear to be monoliths. There are structures that suggest deliberate construction. This is not a crystal formation or a lava flow. This is architecture. Alien architecture, but architecture nonetheless.
The cult knew about this. For thousands of years, apparently, they knew something was down there.
That's what terrifies me most. Not the existence of the structure itself, although that's paradigm shattering. What terrifies me is that there have been human beings who knew about this, who worshipped it,